Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The clock on the kitchen wall ticked louder than it should have, each second stretching into an eternity. The house, once filled with laughter and warmth, now stood in hushed silence, a tomb of memories. It had been months since Sarah had last heard her husband's voice, but still, she swore she could feel his presence in the house, hovering just beyond the corners of her vision. It was the middle of the night when the unease started. The darkness outside seemed too thick, too impenetrable, as though the very air had become heavier with each passing day. She couldn't sleep, no matter how much she tried. Her thoughts swirled with images of her late husband, his face etched in pain during his final moments, his breath shallow and weak. She had never truly believed in ghosts, in spirits lingering after death, but tonight, something felt different. A sudden knock on the front door startled her, a single hollow thud that echoed through the stillness of the house. She froze, heart pounding, staring at the door. No one ever came at this hour. The neighborhood had been quiet for weeks. No visitors, no knocks, just the deafening solitude of loss. Slowly, she pushed herself off the couch, her bare feet cold against the wooden floor. She hesitated, then took a step toward the door, her hand trembling on the brass handle. Her breath caught in her throat as she peered through the peephole, but there was nothing. The porch outside was empty. She turned the handle, the door creaking open a fraction, her gaze darting across the yard. The shadows were dense, darker than usual, pressing in from all sides. For a moment, the wind gusted, rustling the leaves, but nothing else moved. She exhaled sharply, trying to dismiss the creeping dread that was settling in her chest. Perhaps it was just the storm coming, the kind of wind that made the house groan and settle. She reached for the door to shut it, but then a flicker caught her eye. Just on the edge of the porch, a shadow moving in the corner. She squinted, leaning forward. Someone was standing there, barely visible in the dim moonlight, the figure half obscured by the darkness. Their head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if they were studying her through the thin slats of the doorway. But there was no mistaking. The faint glimmer of a smile stretched wide across their face, too wide, too much. A chill swept over her, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. She blinked, and in that moment, the figure vanished. Gone. She rushed to slam the door shut, but her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the handle. The silence returned, deeper this time, more oppressive. Something about the smile haunted her, something she couldn't put her finger on. Her heart raced in her chest as she backed away from the door, staring at the empty porch through the window. Then, the knock came again, louder this time, harder. Sarah had been standing by the door for what felt like an eternity. Her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the soft sound of the wind whispering through the trees outside. The knock had come again, sharp and insistent, shaking her to the core. It was no longer just a tap. This time, it felt like a force, a demand, an unholy presence waiting for her to respond. And yet, there was no way she could. The figure on the porch, the grotesque, almost unreal smile, was still burned into her mind. She backed away from the door slowly, never taking her eyes off the glass, as if the figure might reappear the moment she looked away. The house felt too small, too confining. The walls seemed to press in closer, as though the very house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something dreadful to unfold. The knocking stopped, but Sarah could feel the weight of it in the air, as though the house had absorbed the sound, now vibrating with the tension that was creeping under her skin. She moved toward the living room, instinctively walking toward the window where she had seen the figure disappear. Her bare feet made no sound on the hardwood floor, but her thoughts were growing louder, frantic, as they spiraled out of control. Was it a prank? No, she couldn't convince herself of that. The figure had been too real, too solid in her vision, its presence undeniable. She had heard the soft scuff of footsteps as it moved in the shadows, felt the cold that seemed to follow it like a trail. There had been something so unsettling about the way it had tilted its head toward her, its smile widening with an unnatural stretch. She pressed her face to the window, squinting into the darkness beyond. The porch was empty now, the shadows long and unmoving. For a moment, she felt a flicker of relief, thinking maybe she had imagined the whole thing. But then, as she glanced further down the yard, she saw something. Movement. A shape. Standing. Just outside the reach of the porch light, almost blending into the thick shadows cast by the trees. It was there again, as though waiting for her to notice. The figure hadn't gone anywhere. Sarah felt a coldness creep into her spine, a chill that moved through her veins like ice. The smile was etched into her memory with such intensity that she could still see it when she closed her eyes. That terrible, wide grin, too wide, like something that didn't belong to the human face. Her mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Was it someone she knew? Was it some twisted part of her grief? Her mind unraveling after losing her husband? Could this be some manifestation of her pain, a cruel trick played by her subconscious? She couldn't be sure. All she knew was that something about it felt wrong, too wrong. She stepped back from the window, her breath shallow, her body shaking, with an anxiety she could not contain. She needed to call someone, but who? There was no one she trusted to understand, not with the darkness that had begun to take root inside her mind. Her friends and family had been sympathetic, of course, after her husband's passing, but no one would believe this. They would think she was losing it, slipping into madness like some tragic, fragile widow. She could feel their pity already, the weight of their concerned glances, the gentle words meant to soothe her, but only ever serving to remind her of the emptiness she was struggling to fill. No, she couldn't call anyone. She couldn't let them think she was spiraling. Her phone sat on the counter in the kitchen, untouched. She moved toward it slowly, her eyes darting back to the window every few seconds, half expecting the figure to appear again, but it didn't. The yard remained still, shrouded in darkness. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the leaves, and for a moment Sarah thought she saw a flicker, a flash of something moving in the trees, just out of sight. Her heart skipped a beat, but when she looked again, there was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe it was nothing. She reached for the phone and dialed the only number she could think of. Her brother, Ben. He was practical, grounded, and would be able to offer some kind of logical explanation. The phone rang for what? Seemed like an eternity before it was answered. Hello? Ben's voice was muffled, as if he had just woken up. He sighed heavily, a hint of frustration in his tone. Sarah? It's almost 2 a.m. What's going on? Ben, she whispered, glancing once more at the window. Something's happening here. I think someone is outside my house. There was a long pause on the other end. She could hear the sound of Ben shifting in his bed, probably rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Sarah, you're sure? It's late, and you've been through a lot lately. Maybe you're just... No, I'm not imagining it. Her voice was sharper than she intended, but the terror was bleeding through, uncontrollable. I saw someone. They were standing on my porch, just standing there. And they were smiling at me. Ben, it was wrong. It wasn't normal. The smile was, okay, calm down. Ben interrupted, his voice soothing now, but also laced with concern. You're probably just tired. Maybe a neighbor playing a prank, or a trick of the light. It's dark out there, Sarah. You're overthinking it. I don't think it was a prank, she replied, shaking her head, though she knew he couldn't see her. I feel like something is wrong, like something's here. Ben sighed again. All right, look, I'll come over in the morning, okay? You just need to get some sleep, get a good rest. You'll feel better in the morning. Everything will look clearer when the sun's up. The call ended with a click before Sarah could say anything more. She stared at the phone, her hand still gripping it tightly. She felt alone. More alone than she had in a long time. The silence in the house grew louder, suffocating her in its intensity. She glanced once more out the window, but there was still no sign of the figure. Perhaps Ben was right. Maybe it had all been a trick of her mind. Maybe the grief had twisted her perception of reality, as grief often did. But deep down, in the pit of her stomach, she knew the smile was real. And it was waiting. She moved back to the door, checking the locks one more time, making sure everything was secure. But as she turned to walk away, she heard something faint. Footsteps, soft but distinct, tapping lightly against the wooden porch. Not the heavy thuds of someone rushing toward her, but the slow, deliberate pace of someone savoring the moment. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The figure was back. Before she could move, before she could even scream, the door handle turned. Slowly, deliberately. The person on the other side was trying to enter, trying to force their way in, and then a voice, soft but piercing, came from the other side of the door. Let me in. I just want to see you smile too. The voice on the other side of the door was as chilling as it was impossible. It wasn't the voice of a stranger. No, it was far more unnerving than that. There was an eerie familiarity to it, as if it had been waiting for her, lurking in the shadows of her thoughts, just beneath the surface of her waking fears. Let me in, the voice repeated, this time with a slight rasp, like a whisper carried through the halls of a haunted house. I just want to see you smile too. The hairs on the back of Sarah's neck stood on end, every muscle in her body frozen in place. She couldn't move, couldn't respond. Her mouth was dry, her heart hammering against her ribs. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. But the sensation, the chilling weight of that voice, pressed into her chest with a suffocating force. It felt real, too real to dismiss. For what seemed like an eternity, Sarah just stood there, staring at the door as though it might open on its own. Her eyes darted back and forth across the room, searching for some shred of rationality, some reason for what was happening. But all she could see were shadows, stretching long and impossibly deep, and the lingering memory of the smile that would not leave her. She could feel it, though she didn't want to admit it to herself. That presence, the weight of it in the air. The thing on the other side of the door was not human. No human could speak with that hollow resonance, that sense of emptiness that seemed to echo with every word. It was as though it were nothing and everything at once, a being that belonged to neither the physical world nor the spiritual one. Let me in. The voice was louder now, insistent, almost pleading. I only want to see your smile. You owe it to me. A sharp, shuddering breath escaped Sarah's lips. She clenched her fists, the nails biting into her palms. She had to do something. She had to leave, run, scream, anything. But her legs were immobile, her body locked in place by some unseen force. There was a heat, a cold, suffusing the air around her, drawing her to the door as if it were a magnet and she the iron. She could feel the floor beneath her feet tremble, the subtle vibrations rippling through the wood, like a living entity testing the strength of her resolve. Every bone in her body screamed for her to move, to retreat, to escape, but her feet remained rooted to the ground. Get away, she thought. Get away before it's too late. Her hand, unbidden, reached for the door handle. The metal was cold under her touch, colder than it should have been, like the breath of a thing from another world. She gripped it tightly, trembling, the skin of her fingers almost numb from the cold that radiated from the door. She tried to turn the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It felt as though something was holding it on the other side, an unseen force, heavier than the weight of the night itself. Then, with a sudden, brutal force, the door jerked against her hand, as if the thing on the other side had slammed its weight into it. Sarah stumbled back, her body lurching forward, but her feet remained glued to the floor. "Don't fight me," the voice crooned, now almost gentle, a sound that could have belonged to a lover or a predator. "I just want to see you smile, Sarah. You owe me that. You promised." A sickening wave of dizziness washed over Sarah. The mention of her name, the way it rolled off the tongue of that thing, felt like it was pulling at her very soul, twisting her insides into knots. Her mind raced back to her husband's death, to the last few moments of their life together, the way he had whispered in her ear just before the end, "Promise me you'll smile. Promise me you won't let this tear you apart." No, she thought, her vision blurry with tears. This isn't him. This isn't him. This isn't real. Her breath quickened, heart thundering in her chest as she tried to shove the memory away, but it clung to her like a ghost, a painful reminder of everything she had lost. Her husband David had been sick for so long, and even as the illness took him, he had smiled. That was his way. He had always managed to smile through the pain, through the suffering, and asked her to do the same. But this was not him. This thing at the door was not David. "Please," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling, though she didn't know who she was speaking to anymore, the thing at the door or herself. "Go away, please. You're not him. You're not real." But the door shuddered again, and the voice became louder, more insistent. "You promised. You owe me your smile, Sarah. Your smile is all I need." Her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out all other sound. Her legs, finally freed from the invisible force, trembled as she stumbled backward, her back pressing against the wall behind her. She could feel the cold creeping along the floorboards, now slowly seeping up her body, twisting through her spine like icy tendrils. It was as if the house itself was being pulled into something darker, deeper, something that had no place in the world of the living. She spun around, looking for some way out, but there was no escape. The front door was the only way out, and it was blocked by that thing. She could feel its presence now, thick and suffocating, crawling under her skin, entering her lungs with every breath. It was so cold, colder than the wind outside, colder than the grave. Suddenly, the door swung open, the force of it knocking Sarah off her feet. The smile, that terrible smile. It was there again, wide, stretching impossibly from ear to ear, its edges curving back toward the man's temples in a grotesque, too-perfect arch. It was not David. It wasn't even human. Sarah screamed and scrambled backward, hands slipping on the floor as she tried to push herself up. But the thing was already upon her, its presence hanging over her like a suffocating weight, pressing down, suffocating her. The air was thick, oppressive, and she could hear the sound of something else now. Something terrible scraping across the walls, like nails dragging along stone. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and her pulse was a jagged rhythm out of control. She had to move. She had to get out. But before she could stand, the thing crouched down beside her, its face impossibly close to hers, its grin widening, so wide it seemed to tear the flesh at the corners of its mouth. "You don't get it, do you?" it whispered, its voice low and sickly sweet. "I am the smile you could never give me, and now, Sarah, you're mine." With that, the room plunged into absolute darkness. The last thing Sarah heard was a slow, chilling laugh echoing through the house, and the feeling that something inhuman had taken hold of her very soul. The house, once filled with the warmth of love, was now a tomb, and the thing that had been waiting, had been watching her, was now inside. Sarah's body jerked, her mind snapping back to reality, but it was no use. The dark had swallowed her whole, dragging her deeper into something she couldn't comprehend. Every breath she took felt like a fight, thick, suffocating, as if the air itself was laden with the weight of the thing that had now wrapped itself around her soul. The darkness in the room wasn't just an absence of light. It was something alive, something tangible. It pulsated, thick and pressing against her, as though it had taken on a form of its own. Her heart thudded violently in her chest, the panic rising inside her like an uncontrollable fire. She clawed at the floor, trying to find something solid, something real, but the ground beneath her was shifting, warping, and nothing felt familiar. The edges of the room blurred, the walls stretching and contracting, as though the house itself was breathing. And through it all, the grin, that grotesque, too wide smile, lingered at the edge of her vision, like it was waiting for her to notice. Then a sound, a soft scraping, almost imperceptible at first, but slowly growing louder, more insistent. The same sound she had heard earlier, the sound of something dragging across the floor. It was like the scraping of nails on stone, or the slow slide of a heavy object over concrete. It came from somewhere deep within the house, beneath the floorboards, from behind the walls, and it was moving closer, closer to her. Her skin prickled, every nerve screaming in alarm as the thing in the darkness began to stir. It was waiting. It was waiting for her to acknowledge it, to understand that there was no escaping this. And then it came. The first touch was cold, so cold it made her flinch, her skin burning from the sudden shock. It was as though an ice-cold hand had wrapped around her ankle, gripping her with an unnatural strength. She gasped, her body tensing, but there was no escape. The grip tightened, pulling her slowly across the floor, toward the darkness, toward the source of the smile. "Don't fight it," the voice whispered, now coming from all directions. It was no longer a voice coming from outside the room. It was inside her head, curling into her thoughts like a snake, squeezing its way into her mind. The voice was soothing, almost tender, like a lullaby meant to calm the terrified child. But there was no comfort in it. There was only terror, only the awareness that something far darker than she had ever imagined was wrapping itself around her. "I've waited for so long, Sarah. You promised you'd smile for me. You owe me that. Just give me what I want. Just smile." Her heart raced as her body was dragged further. Her feet scraped against the floor, the coldness seeping through the soles of her shoes. Her pulse hammered in her ears, loud and chaotic, drowning out everything but that voice and the dragging of its unseen hands. "Don't be afraid," it coaxed, almost soothing now, as though it were trying to lull her into submission. "I won't hurt you. I only want to see your smile." Her teeth clenched, fighting the rising tide of nausea and dread. The thought of smiling, of giving into this thing, to whatever this was, felt like an act of betrayal. It felt like giving up everything she had left. The promise her husband had asked of her in his final moments was the last tether she had to her life. And yet here it was, twisting her grief, distorting it into something monstrous. "I just want to see your smile, Sarah," the thing continued, its tone no longer soothing but hungry, desperate. The floor beneath her groaned as if the house was straining with the weight of whatever was happening. "You don't have a choice anymore, you're mine." She could feel it pulling her toward the center of the room, toward the source of that. Oppressive dark. Every inch of her being screamed to resist, but there was no use. Her limbs were weak, like they belonged to someone else, as if the weight of the house itself had pressed down upon her chest, smothering her. She closed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge it, but the darkness, it was already inside her. She tried to scream, but no sound came. Her throat closed up, constricted by an invisible force. The dark had seeped into her lungs, filling her from the inside out, suffocating her, pushing her deeper into the pit of despair. And then, through the suffocating silence, she heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A sound that shouldn't have been there. The softest of chuckles. It was coming from somewhere behind her. It was low, mocking, full of an evil that made her blood run cold. Her eyes snapped open, and her breath caught in her throat. Standing in front of her now, barely an arm's length away, was the figure. The smile was still there, stretching impossibly wide, but now she could see its eyes clearly. Deep, dark holes that seemed to swallow everything in their wake. The figure's skin was pallid, slick, unnaturally smooth, and its face, though human in shape, was no longer human in expression. Its grin, its smile, had become something otherworldly, too perfect, too wrong, a grotesque mockery of joy. She could feel the pull of it, like gravity dragging her toward it, compelling her to surrender, to fall into its embrace. But every instinct in her screamed to fight. She couldn't let it take her, couldn't let it feed on her grief, her loss. She wouldn't let it. Not this, not her husband's memory. She clung to the only thing left, the memory of his face, the warmth of his hand in hers, the promise he had made her keep. You think you can fight me? The thing's voice was a low rasp now, cutting through the air like a blade. You're already mine, Sarah. You always have been. The floor beneath her feet buckled with an unnatural force, and she cried out as the room shifted again, distorting, warping into something unrecognizable. The walls seemed to close in, and the light that had once been dim now grew to a blinding, oppressive brightness. And then, nothing. It was as if the house itself had melted away, replaced by a vast emptiness, the ground beneath her feet slipping away as she fell. She landed hard, pain searing through her limbs, but there was no time to register it. The figure was already upon her, looming over her like a shadow in the shape of a man. Its grin widened, impossibly so, stretching across its face until it was as if its head could no longer contain it. And then, with an eerie calmness, it leaned in closer, its cold breath brushing against her skin, and whispered, "You promised, Sarah. You promised." Terror flooded through her as the darkness enveloped her entirely. Her chest tightened with the weight of everything she had tried to outrun, everything she had tried to bury, the grief, the loss, the shattered promises. And through it all, the thing, the entity, the smile, remained, unyielding, unforgiving. She felt her body tremble as something inside her began to break. A flood of emotion poured out, fear, grief, and guilt, all of it crashing down on her like a wave. But then something shifted, deep inside, buried beneath the terror and the sorrow. Sarah found a thread of clarity. It was faint, a whisper, a spark, but it was enough. She clung to it with all her might, holding on as the darkness continued to swirl around her. The thing leaned in closer, its teeth now gleaming in the fractured light. And then, with all the strength she had left, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling, but determined, "I will smile, for him, but not for you." And in that moment she felt the grip of the darkness loosen. The room hung still, thick with the echo of Sarah's words, as if the universe itself had taken a breath. She didn't know if the thing in front of her understood. Maybe it did. Maybe it had never expected her to fight back. Or perhaps it had. Always known that she would, because at the heart of all this darkness, there was something far more insidious. A cruel game. A test that she had failed long ago without even realizing it. The silence stretched on, unbearable, like a heavy weight, pressing against her chest. Her pulse quickened as she forced herself to breathe, her heart thundering in her ears, thudding so hard that it seemed to reverberate through the ground beneath her. The air felt thinner, colder than before, but it wasn't the temperature that unnerved her. No, it was the knowledge that something had shifted, something had changed. The game wasn't over, not yet. The smile that had haunted her thoughts, her dreams, flickered at the edges of her vision, distorted now, not just an expression, but a reflection of the darkness that had followed her since David's death. But it wasn't her smile, was it? No, it had never been hers to give. She remembered David, his face, gaunt from the illness that had claimed his life, his smile still holding a flicker of warmth, even as his strength waned. He had asked her, just before his last breath, to hold on. Promise me, Sarah. Promise me you'll keep smiling, even when it's hard. She had promised him then, never imagining the weight that promise would carry. The figure in front of her, now so close that she could feel its presence in every fiber of her being, tilted its head slightly, as if considering her response. The smile didn't waver. It was there, always there, a grotesque mockery of joy. "Do you think that will save you?" The voice came again, a twisted version of her own thoughts, distorted with malice. It was like being trapped inside her own head, but with the sickening realization that her mind was no longer entirely her own. It was so close now that she could see the details. Its skin, slick and pale as marble, the edges of its features, too sharp, too exaggerated. It looked like something she might have seen in a nightmare, a distorted reflection of something that had once been human. But it was the eyes that terrified her the most, dark, hollow, and endless, as though they had consumed all the light in the world and were now feeding off her very soul. "You don't get it, Sarah," it said softly, almost tenderly. "It's not the smile that matters. It's the sacrifice." The word struck her like a physical blow, cold and cruel. Her stomach churned, nausea rolling through her in waves. She couldn't see where the darkness began and where her own terror ended. The edges of her vision were clouding, and she could feel her knees trembling beneath her as if her body was on the verge of collapse. "What? What do you want from me?" she whispered, though she already knew the answer. "I want everything," it said, a smirk stretching across its face as though it were savoring her confusion. "Everything you have left." The darkness around her seemed to press in, the walls of the room fading away until she felt like she was floating, adrift in an ocean of black. There was no escape, no place to run. She wanted to scream, but her voice felt muffled, as though even her own sound had been swallowed by the void. "It's too late," she thought. "I'm already lost." But then there was a flash, a brief, sharp memory. David, in the hospital room, holding her hand. His eyes filled with love, even as the life drained from him. "Promise me," he had whispered, and she had promised. "Stop it," Sarah gasped, her voice suddenly firm. She pushed herself up from the floor, ignoring the overwhelming dread that pressed in on her, forcing herself to stand tall, even as the room shifted around her. "I'll smile, but not for you. Not for this." The thing in front of her seemed to freeze for a moment, its expression faltering, as though it had not expected this response. And in that brief silence, Sarah seized the opportunity. She closed her eyes, shutting out the grotesque sight of the thing in front of her. She focused on the memory of David, the warmth of his hand, The feel of his fingers intertwined with hers, the way his laugh used to fill the room. She remembered his smile, not the hollow, mocking one that now haunted her thoughts, but the real one, the one that had been full of life, full of hope. She clung to that memory, clung to it with everything she had left. "I'll smile," she whispered, her voice trembling but steady. "For him, for me, but not for you." The figure recoiled as though it had been slapped, its wide grin twisting into a snarl. "You cannot escape this," it growled, its voice low and guttural. "You think you have a choice? I am the choice. I am the price you must pay, and you will pay it, Sarah." But Sarah didn't flinch. She didn't break. She had felt the weight of her grief for so long, had let it define her for far too long. It had been her anchor, her reason for existing in the wake of David's death. But she understood now. It wasn't her grief that defined her. It was her will, her strength. And if she had to sacrifice that last shred of her soul to save herself, to save him, then she would. "No," she said, louder this time. "I'm not yours to take, not anymore." The thing before her recoiled, its face distorting into a mask of rage, its form beginning to ripple and twist. The dark shadows that had once surrounded it began to pulse, contracting and expanding like an ominous heartbeat. Sarah could feel the energy of the room crackling, the tension in the air rising. With a deep, gut-wrenching scream, the figure lunged at her. But Sarah was ready. She threw her arms up, pushing forward with all her remaining strength, reaching for that last piece of her dignity, that final thread of hope. And as her hand made contact with the thing's chest, something incredible happened. A blinding light surged through her body, starting from the tips of her fingers and expanding outward, flooding the room with a brilliance that consumed everything in its path. The dark figure shrieked, its form dissolving into black smoke, its twisted grin faltering as the light overwhelmed it. For a moment, there was nothing but the light, the purest, most intense brightness that seemed to cleanse the darkness from the room entirely. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light flickered and died. The room fell silent. Sarah stood there, breathless, her body shaking with exhaustion. But she was alive. She was still herself. The figure, the thing, was gone. But she knew deep down that she hadn't truly defeated it. It had only been forced back. For now. The room around her was still. The oppressive darkness lifted, but the air felt thick with the weight of something unsaid. The smile lingered, still etched in her memory, still a shadow at the corner of her thoughts. It was not gone. Not entirely. And as Sarah slowly made her way toward the door, the floor beneath her feet no longer trembling, the walls no longer closing in, she knew this. Whatever it wasn't finished with her yet. The price had been paid, but the debt wasn't over, not by a long shot. Sarah's feet moved mechanically across the cold, creaking floor, her mind as heavy as the air that still clung to the room, thick with something she couldn't name. There was no relief, no clarity. She felt as though she were walking in a dream, her limbs stiff, uncooperative, as if every part of her was already tired. The weight of what had happened, the figure, the dark promise, the smile, still pressed down on her, its suffocating presence hanging just behind her every step. The door was ahead, just a few paces more. But even as she approached it, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That somehow, the moment she left this room, the darkness would follow her. It would twist around her like smoke, slithering into every crevice, every corner of her mind. And yet, she couldn't stay here, could she? The room was too small, too oppressive, the walls closing in like they were trying to swallow her whole. Her fingers hovered over the doorknob, trembling from exhaustion and fear, but she steeled herself. No, she had to keep moving. She had no other choice. Her hand closed around the cold brass, and the door creaked open with a reluctant groan, as though the house itself had grown tired of her presence, unwilling to let her go. Stepping through the threshold, Sarah found herself in the hallway, bathed in the dim light of the single flickering overhead bulb. The house, once so familiar to her, now felt foreign, alien, as though it had changed with the darkness that had seeped into its walls. Her footsteps echoed through the empty space, each one loud and harsh, the sound bouncing off the walls in a way that felt unnatural. She could almost hear the house itself whispering, its creaks and groans like murmurs from some unseen force. Every step she took seemed to pull her deeper into the labyrinth of memories that had once made this place her home. The hallway stretched out before her, its length stretching into infinity, the walls closing in again, pushing her forward. The house felt like it was alive, breathing, watching her. She had to get out. She had to leave. But her legs refused to obey, dragging her forward, step by step, each one harder than the last. She barely remembered making it to the stairs, her fingers brushing the banister as she ascended, her eyes fixed on the door at the top of the stairs, the door to their bedroom. She had to go in. She had to see. When she reached the top, she stopped. The hallway at the top of the stairs was bathed in shadow, the air cooler here, still, like the calm before a storm. The door at the end of the hall, the door to their room, was ajar, a thin sliver of light spilling through the crack. Sarah took a deep breath, the air sharp in her lungs, before she slowly moved toward the door. She reached out, her fingers brushing the edge, but before she could open it fully, the door swung inward, revealing the room inside. The room was exactly as she had left it, but it wasn't. She could feel it. She could feel the difference in the air, the sense of something, watching her, pressing against her skin like a weight she couldn't shake. She stepped into the room, her eyes scanning it quickly, heart thudding, but everything was just as it had been. The bed, the dresser, the curtains blowing slightly in the breeze from the open window. It all looked the same, but it was wrong. There was something here, something in the very walls themselves that didn't belong. The mirror. Sarah's gaze snapped to the large, ornate mirror hanging on the wall opposite the bed. It was one of the few things in the room that had remained untouched by time or grief. She had always hated it, its heavy frame, the way it seemed to watch her, even when no one was there. But now, as her eyes locked onto it, she felt a coldness flood through her veins. The glass was too still, too perfect, as if it was waiting. And then she saw it. At first, it was just a flicker, a glimmer in the corner of the mirror, barely noticeable. But as she moved closer, it grew clearer, more defined. A figure standing just behind her reflected in the glass. Her breath caught in her throat. It was David, or at least it looked like him. His pale face, his gaunt eyes, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But there was something wrong, something off. His features were too sharp, his smile too wide, the eyes too hollow. It was him, and yet it wasn't. She spun around, her heart hammering in her chest, but the room was empty. No one was there. The only sound in the room was her own shallow breath. Her eyes flicked back to the mirror. There, standing just beyond the reflection of the bed, was the figure again, but this time it was closer. The smile had grown, spreading across the figure's face until it looked like it might crack its skin. The eyes, once dull and empty, were now filled with something darker. Hunger. A cold, insatiable hunger. And then, slowly, impossibly, the figure in the mirror began to move, its head tilted toward her, And as it did, the smile widened even more, so wide it seemed to split its face open. The figure took a step forward, its feet making no sound on the floor. Another step, and then another. Sarah's mind raced. It's just the mirror. It's just the mirror. It's not real. But deep down, she knew it was. The reflection was no longer hers. It had become something else. Something that wanted her. Something that had always wanted her. No, she whispered, her voice hoarse, barely a breath. She took a step back, her eyes still locked on the mirror. The figure followed, its gaze never leaving hers. Another step back, and then she heard it. The softest of footsteps behind her, coming from the hallway behind her, just out of sight. A chill crept up her spine, but she refused to look away from the mirror. She couldn't. If she looked away, she would lose. I won't look away. I can't. But her body betrayed her. Her gaze flicked to the hallway just for a second, just long enough for her to see something move. A shadow, tall and thin, flitting across the wall. It was there, behind her. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Closer, she turned, her pulse racing. The hallway was empty, but when she looked back to the mirror, it wasn't empty anymore. The figure had crossed the threshold of the mirror and was now standing directly in front of her, its grin stretching so wide, so impossibly wide, that she could see the tips of its teeth glistening in the dim light. No, she whispered again, more urgently this time, trying to step back to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. The air around her was thick with dread, suffocating her. The thing, it, had crossed over. The boundaries of the mirror no longer held it in place, and the worst part was that she could feel it, in the very air around her. The thing she had been trying to outrun, it had followed her. The figure's grin split its face open. Its eyes were empty, black voids, a hollow nothingness that threatened to swallow her whole. And in that moment, she realized what it was, what it had always been. It was the thing in the smile, the thing in the promise, the thing that had been lurking in the darkness, waiting for her to break. And now, she had broken. Its hands reached out for her. The scream that tore from her throat was not her own. It was the scream of someone who had been lost for far too long. The smile had come to claim her, and as the darkness swallowed her, she knew one terrible truth. It was never going to let her go. The darkness was absolute. Sarah's eyes snapped open, her chest heaving as though she had just emerged from the deepest, most suffocating water. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and something sour, something decayed, like rotting, fruit left in the sun for too long. She could feel the weight of it pressing in on her, thick and suffocating. Her heart was a drumbeat in her ears, loud and unrelenting, and her hands trembled uncontrollably, slick with cold sweat. Where was she? What had happened? She blinked, and the world around her came into focus. It was the same room, same walls, same bed. But it wasn't her room anymore. It was wrong. There was something strange in the air, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck rise. It was like a dream, or a nightmare, one where you couldn't wake up, no matter how hard you tried. She sat up slowly, her head spinning, her vision blurring and refocusing in erratic waves. The bed was warm beneath her, but the warmth felt off, unnatural, like it was a body heat, but not her own. A deep chill settled at the base of her spine as she looked around, her eyes darting toward the door, the windows, the corners of the room. Every shadow seemed to press against her, waiting for her to make a move. No, she had to get out. She had to leave. But as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, the moment she stood, the room shuddered around her. The walls groaned as though they were alive. She stumbled back a step, her legs weak, and a sudden intense vertigo swept. over her, blurring the lines between the dream and reality. Her hand shot out to grab the bedpost, but it wasn't solid. It wasn't real. The wood felt hollow, like it had been carved out from the inside, empty. She pulled her hand back quickly, her fingers numb with the shock of it. The room felt like it was closing in, folding in on itself, growing smaller and smaller until she could hardly breathe. And then she heard it, a sound, a soft, scraping sound, like something dragging against the floor. A low, almost imperceptible hiss. Her eyes snapped to the mirror. It was there again. The figure. The one from before, the one that had been watching her, smiling, waiting. But this time it wasn't just a reflection. It was real. It stepped out from the mirror, its footfalls silent but deliberate, as though it had all the time in the world. The figure was taller now, its body elongated, stretching in ways that seemed impossible. Its smile was wide, too wide, and its eyes, once hollow, were now filled with a deep, inky blackness that seemed to suck the light out of the room. Its skin was pale, translucent, like a piece of old parchment, its veins black lines running beneath the surface. And then it spoke. "Sarah," it crooned, its voice soft like silk dragging across glass. "Did you think you could escape me?" Her breath caught in her throat. It wasn't just the figure she had to fear anymore, it was the room itself. The very space around her had become a prison, its walls closing in, its shadows alive with hunger. She could feel it, the suffocating grip of something ancient, something that had been waiting for this moment. The smile stretched wider. "No," she whispered, though she didn't know if she was speaking to it or to herself. "I won't let you win." A low, twisted chuckle bubbled from the thing's throat. "Oh, Sarah, it's too late for that." The figure reached for her, its fingers impossibly long, its touch cold like ice. It was upon her before she could even react, its grip tightening around her wrist with a force that made her bones ache. She gasped, struggling to free herself, but the thing was too strong, its hold unyielding. "Why do you fight?" It purred, leaning in closer, its breath cold against her cheek. "You've been running for so long. You think this ends with you, with me? No, this is only the beginning." She jerked her arm back, but its grip tightened, and she felt a sharp pain shoot up her arm as though her very essence was being pulled out of her. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the oppressive air, smothered before it even had a chance to leave her throat. "You should have known better, Sarah," it said, its voice a whisper now. But every word felt like it was being carved into her very soul. "The smile you've been chasing, it isn't yours to give. It's mine. No. No." Her voice cracked, her pulse pounding in her ears, her vision flickering. "You've always known the price," it continued, its voice colder now, almost mechanical. "It's always been there. Every time you smiled, every time you tried to push it down. You never truly let go. That grief, that guilt. You've been feeding me all along." A memory flashed through her mind, a moment long, buried. David, his funeral. The way she had stood there, frozen, holding back tears, forcing that smile onto her face, pretending everything was fine. The figure's smile widened even further, if that was possible. "You see? You never truly let go. And now, you're mine." Terror filled her chest like a vice. Her breath was short, her vision narrowing. The darkness closed in on her from every angle, pulling at her, tugging at her very being. Suddenly, a voice broke through the haze. "Sarah!" Her head snapped up. The figure's grip loosened just enough for her to turn, and her eyes locked onto the doorway. There, standing in the dim light of the hallway, was a figure she recognized, a figure she never thought she'd see again. David. But he wasn't alive. She knew that. He couldn't be. His figure was translucent, flickering like a ghost, but his eyes, those eyes, were still warm, still full of the love she had lost. His lips parted and he whispered, "Don't let it take you. You have to fight, Sarah. For us." The figure in front of her hissed, its form writhing. But Sarah didn't take her eyes off David. She felt something stir within her, a spark of defiance, something long buried but never truly gone. Fight. David's voice echoed in her mind. "You're stronger than this. You have to be." The thing in front of her screeched, its smile turning into a grotesque snarl. But Sarah didn't flinch. She didn't back away. She remembered David's words, felt them coursing through her veins. She had promised him all those years ago that she would keep going. She had promised that she would keep smiling, but it wasn't for this thing. Not anymore. She yanked her arm from the figure's grip, the pain sharp and searing, but she didn't care. She felt the power of the memories, of her love for David, of the strength he had given her, rise up inside her like a fire. The thing recoiled, shrieking in fury, but Sarah was ready. She reached for the mirror, her fingers trembling, but she didn't hesitate. She slammed her palm against the cold glass, and the world exploded. A flash of white light, pure and brilliant, filled the room, blinding her, and for a split second everything stopped. The figure was gone. The darkness was gone. The suffocating weight of the house was gone. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. But she was alive. The silence around her was deafening, a heavy, peaceful stillness. Slowly, she looked up, her eyes blurry but her heart steady. The room had returned to its natural state. The bed was where it had been, the dresser, the windows, the mirror. All were normal, untouched. And yet Sarah knew. She knew that the battle wasn't over. It was only just beginning. The smile hadn't left her. It never would, but now it was hers to control. Sarah's breath slowed, but her pulse was still a heavy drum in her ears. She could feel her heart pounding against her ribcage, frantic, as though it were trying to escape. The world around her seemed to shimmer, like a mirage or a dream she couldn't fully wake from. The room, still drenched in the oppressive silence, felt too still, too empty. Her fingers trembled as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, the sensation of the mirror's glass still lingering on her skin. Had she imagined it? The mirror, the figure, the smile. It had all been so real. But the calm around her now, the absolute stillness of the air, suggested otherwise. Perhaps it had been a fevered hallucination. Maybe she had finally cracked under the weight of her grief. The figure had vanished, and the house felt normal again. Normal. But the words sat uncomfortably in her mind. "It's not normal," she thought, a cold chill trickling down her spine. Her eyes flicked around the room, searching for any sign of the thing, the creature, the shadow that had been lurking just beneath the surface of the house. The smile that had chased her, the one that had worn the face of her late husband David, had been real. She knew it had been. The grip, the cold breath, it had all been too vivid. But now, nothing. There were no shadows moving in the corners, no unnatural creaks in the floorboards. The air didn't feel alive anymore, didn't feel like it was waiting. She stood, her legs weak, her body protesting the movement, but she forced herself to her feet. She looked at the mirror one last time. Its smooth surface reflected only the room behind her, empty. She stared at herself, searching for some sign, some flaw or crack, something that could explain what had happened. But there was nothing. Nothing but her own face staring back at her, pale, tired. Her reflection blinked. Sarah stumbled backward. Her heart leapt into her throat and she reached out blindly, her fingers brushing against the cold edge of the dresser. No, 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 she hadn't blinked. She hadn't even moved, but the reflection in the mirror had. Her own face had just blinked, its eyes wide, alert, and far too aware. The chill that had been creeping down her spine surged, wrapping around her like a vice. She took a few steps, backward, her legs unsteady. The smile flashed across her mind again, and she realized with sickening clarity the thing, whatever it was, had followed her. It hadn't just disappeared. It had been lurking, watching, waiting. The mirror wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was a window. It's here, she realized. And then, in the mirror, her reflection smiled. Not the soft, weary smile she had grown so accustomed to over the years. No, this was something darker, a wide, knowing smile. A smile filled with malice. "Not so soon," it whispered, its voice echoing deep in Sarah's chest. "You can't run from me, Sarah, not anymore." Her blood ran cold. Her knees buckled beneath her, but she fought the collapse, her eyes locked on the mirror as though it held the key to her survival. She couldn't look away. She couldn't let it win again. The smile in the mirror stretched wider until it was inhuman. It cracked, its lips pulling back so far that Sarah thought the creature's face might split open. The eyes, those deep, hollow pits, flashed with a sickening gleam. The reflection stepped forward, out of the mirror, one slow, deliberate step at a time, its body flickering like a broken film reel. Sarah stumbled back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her back hit the wall with a painful thud, but she couldn't focus on the pain. The thing, it, was coming closer, its movements unnaturally smooth, sliding like a serpent toward her. No, no! She clawed at the wall behind her, desperate for any escape. But the thing was too fast. It was already upon her. And then, suddenly, it stopped. The grin that twisted its face was almost serene now, its eyes locking with hers. It seemed to enjoy the fear that radiated off her, savoring it. "I've been waiting," it said, its voice a smooth, sibilant hiss that made Sarah's skin crawl. "Waiting for you to remember, for you to understand." Understand. Her mind aced. What was it talking about? The thing tilted its head, its smile never fading. "You don't remember, do you? You don't remember the first time you invited me in?" Sarah's stomach lurched. Her blood turned to ice. She stammered. "I didn't invite you in. I don't know who you are." It chuckled. "Oh, but you do. You must. The smile has always been with you, Sarah. Ever since you were a child." It reached out, its long, twisted fingers brushing lightly against her cheek. "You've seen me before, long before your grief, before your loss." The world tilted. Her vision swam. It was impossible. She was certain she had never seen this thing before in her life, not outside of the mirror. She had never invited it in. But the certainty in its voice, the weight of its presence, it made her doubt everything she thought she knew. The creature's voice softened, turning almost sweet. "You grew up with me, Sarah. I was always there, watching, waiting. You didn't see me, not at first. But I was always there, hiding behind the smiles. Your smiles, those little things you've given so easily, so generously. I've lived off them, Sarah. I've fed off your grief, your guilt, the warmth of your sadness, the shadow of your fear." Her breath came faster. The room was spinning, the edges of her vision curling. It couldn't be true. She would have remembered. She would have known. "No," she gasped. "I don't understand." The thing's smile grew wider still. Its face stretched, the skin creaking like ancient leather, the grin growing so wide it seemed to swallow everything. "You would, if you truly looked," it whispered. "You would, if you stopped pretending that your pain was something you could erase. You let me in, Sarah, and you fed me, And now, I've come to collect. The creature's fingers pressed into her skin, cold as ice, sending a shock of pain through her body. Sarah's vision darkened. She could feel it now, the truth. The thing had always been there, hiding beneath the surface, just waiting for the right moment to show itself. And when had that moment begun? The smile. Her smile. It had always been there, waiting for her to break, for her to need something to hold on to. When David died, it had been there, feeding on her sorrow. When she couldn't cope with the guilt of her unspoken words, the pain of his loss, it had been there, slipping into the cracks in her heart. And now, it had grown. "Please," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking as she struggled to tear herself free from its grip. "Please. You should have let me in sooner," it said, the voice now thick with amusement. "But you couldn't, could you? Not while you were still. Holding on to him, your David, your precious husband. He's gone, Sarah, and so am I. I am the one you've been running from. I've always been the one you've been running from." A sudden flash of memory pierced through her, sharp and sudden. Her childhood. She was a little girl, hiding in the attic, playing alone with her dolls. A face, a figure standing in the dark corner of the room, smiling at her. Her first smile. Her heart stopped. "You," she whispered, her voice raw with realization. The thing nodded, the smile curling wider still. "I am the smile, Sarah. I am the one you created, the one you called to you, the one you gave your pain to. I have always been a part of you." A scream, raw and primal, tore from her throat. She slammed her hands against the creature, pushing with all her strength, but it was no use. It was far too strong, its grip far too cold. She was trapped, and this time there would be no escape. The scream had barely left Sarah's throat when the walls around her seemed to tighten, pressing in with a force that stole the breath from her lungs. Her chest heaved as she tried to pull away from the creature, her body trembling with fear. But her limbs felt like they were made of stone, heavy, paralyzed by a cold that sank deeper than her bones. The figure in front of her, that thing with the smile, seemed to expand, its presence growing larger until it filled every corner of the room, every crack in the floorboards. The light from the dim bulb overhead flickered erratically, casting shadows that twisted unnaturally, stretching like dark fingers across the walls. The room itself felt alive. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the space was consuming her, the walls themselves pressing closer, wanting to devour her. She tried to scream again, but no sound came. Her throat was dry, constricted. No, 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 she thought desperately, her mind a whirl of chaotic, fragmented thoughts. This can't be happening. This can't be real. But the thing, it was real. It was standing right in front of her, its smile. Growing wider, its eyes glinting with a malevolent joy. Every time she looked at it, its features seemed to shift, becoming more fluid, more abstract, until it was as though the thing was not even a being, but a shadow, a figment of nightmare that defied the very laws of reality. The smile, it never left. It was stretched across its face like an invitation to some horrific secret, a promise of suffering to come. The creature had no need for words. Its presence alone was enough to freeze her in place, to make every instinct in her body scream for escape, for survival. "Did you really think you could outrun me, Sarah?" The voice echoed in her mind, its tone deep and warped, like it was coming from everywhere at once. "You've been running for so long, hiding from me, from yourself." Her heart pounded in her chest, her ears ringing with the sound of her pulse. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. She wanted to look away, to escape the thing, but her body wouldn't obey. The more she tried to break free, the more she felt her body being pulled into the darkness of its presence, drawn into its endless, suffocating smile. "You let me in," it whispered, its breath hot on her face, but there was no warmth in it, only cold, biting terror. "From the moment you let that first tear fall, I entered. Your sorrow, your grief. It was all I ever needed, all I've ever wanted." The words twisted in her gut like a blade. No, she hadn't invited it in. She hadn't. The memory hit her, like a punch to the stomach. David, the funeral. The empty silence of the house afterward, the hollow smile she had forced onto her face in front of the others, pretending she was okay, pretending she could carry on. That was when it had started. That was when she had begun to fall into its grasp. I was already lost then, she realized. I never truly let go. I never really let him go. I kept holding on, and it fed off of that. It always fed off of me. Her eyes blurred, and for a moment the walls around her seemed to collapse into a swirling vortex of light and shadow. She saw flashes of her life, memories distorted, twisted into something unrecognizable, like photographs smudged with ink. She saw herself as a child, hiding under the covers, her mind filled with the whispers of something in the dark. Something smiling, watching, waiting. And then, as the memories twisted into something else, something darker, she saw him again. David. Her heart clenched. No, she couldn't let this thing take him too. She couldn't let it use his memory to keep feeding off her, twisting her grief until there was nothing left. "You've always been mine, Sarah," the voice whispered again, soothing, mocking. "Your love, your pain, it's all the same to me." A sob broke from her chest, and she jerked her head away, desperate to break the connection. But the figure wasn't just in front of her anymore. It was inside of her, its voice echoing in the very chambers of her mind, filling every corner, every thought. "Stop," she gasped, clutching her head, trying to drown it out. "Stop! I won't let you do this. I won't be your puppet." The creature paused, a strange stillness filling the room. Its smile faltered, just for a moment, as though it was considering her words. Then, its face twisted, its features contorting as it loomed closer, the smile now grotesque, more like a rictus grin, a sneer that seemed to stretch unnaturally far across its face. It spoke slowly, as though savoring every word, letting them hang in the air between them. "You've always believed that you had a choice, that you could stop this, that you could escape me, but you can't, Sarah. You never could. You think your grief, your sorrow, your anger, those are the things that will save you. But all they do is feed me, keep me alive, keep me real." Tears burned at the corners of Sarah's eyes. I don't care," she whispered, barely able to speak through the lump in her throat. "You'll never control me. I'll find a way to make you go away. I'll end this." The creature chuckled, a low rumbling sound that made her skin crawl. "End it? You can't end it, Sarah. It's already inside of you. You've been feeding it for years. The moment you were born, you carried it with you. A seed that grew and grew until it became me." Sarah's pulse raced. Her mind felt like it was shattering. Every inch of her body pulled in different directions. She couldn't think. She couldn't focus. She wanted to scream, to fight, but it felt as though the very air around her had become suffocating, pressing down on her like 1,000 hands. And then, a thought, a small, quiet voice in the back of her mind, cut through the chaos. What if it's not real? The creature in front of her froze, its smile faltering once again. There was a flicker of something, confusion perhaps, or fear. "What if I could take control?" she whispered. Her voice was shaky, But there was something in it now, something that hadn't been there before. The creature recoiled, its body jerking, its smile twisting in what looked like fury. It stepped back, then surged forward faster than before, its eyes black as pitch, its fingers reaching for her, long and deadly. "You're wrong," it hissed. "You are me, Sarah. You've always been me. You can't escape yourself." But Sarah wasn't listening. She was focused on the small voice inside her, the part of her that had always been there, the part that was still her, not consumed by grief, not consumed by guilt. She had been holding on to something, someone, for so long, and now it was time to let go. "I can end it," she said firmly, her voice steady, not by running, not by hiding, but by accepting it, by facing it. "You're just a shadow, a reflection of my own mind." The creature shrieked, the sound deafening, as it lunged at her, but this time Sarah didn't flinch. This time she stood her ground. The air around her crackled with energy, like the atmosphere before a storm. And then, just as the thing reached for her, the room shattered. For a moment, everything went white. The sound of glass breaking, the shrill cry of the creature, all of it faded into nothingness. And when the light faded, when the world returned to her, Sarah was standing alone in her room. The silence was deep, oppressive, but it was her silence now. The thing, the smile, the creature, they were gone. But something had changed. Her reflection in the mirror didn't smile at her anymore. It wasn't twisted or distorted. It was simply her. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Sarah smiled. The silence in the room pressed down on Sarah like a heavy blanket. The moment the last echoes of the creature's shriek faded away, she felt empty. The weight that had suffocated her, that presence that had coiled around her for what felt like a lifetime, had disappeared. But in its absence, there was only an aching void, a hollow space she couldn't quite fill. She blinked, staring at the reflection in the mirror. The pale light from the bulb above cast strange shadows on her face, making her look almost unreal. The smile, her smile, stayed. It lingered on her lips, gentle, unforced. A real smile. For the first time in a long time, it felt like she was in control again, like she had reclaimed herself from whatever nightmare she had been trapped in. But then, a cold shiver crawled up her spine. Something was wrong. The room felt wrong. Her chest tightened, the calm she'd been feeling slipping away like sand through her fingers. She reached out, brushing her fingers across the edge of the dresser, but the wood felt damp, slick under her touch. Her breath hitched, her eyes darting around the room as she tried to make sense of the sudden shift. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. The reflection in the mirror shifted. It moved before she did, before she even realized it. For the briefest moment, Sarah thought it was still her, but then she saw the eyes that were too wide, too knowing. A twist of fear bloomed in her stomach. Her reflection was staring back at her, its lips curving into that same wide, disturbing grin. The smile that had haunted her, that had trapped her, the one she had faced down in the dark corners of her mind. But this time, it wasn't just a reflection. It was her. The thing inside the mirror wasn't hiding anymore. It had never been a reflection of the other, the shadow of a memory or a fear, but something that had always been connected to her, a fragment of herself that had been twisted and distorted, fed on her pain until it had grown into this thing, the creature, the monster, the smile. It had never been something external. It was a part of her. No, Sarah breathed. The word catching in her throat as the reflection in the mirror stepped forward, slowly at first, as though it was savoring the moment. The edges of her vision blurred, the room warping, as if she were no longer standing on solid ground, but teetering at the precipice of some vast, yawning chasm. "I'm you, Sarah," the reflection whispered, its voice slithering into her mind. Thick with the same malevolent tone she'd heard before, but this time, it wasn't just speaking to her, it was her. "I've always been you, from the moment you let me in." The room felt smaller, suffocating. The air around her thickened, like molasses, and she gasped, struggling to breathe. No, 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 her mind screamed. It couldn't be true. She had faced it. She had overcome it. She had beaten the thing, hadn't she? But then the reflection moved again, its hands pressing against the glass as it leaned closer. And with a sickening, horrible crack, it stepped through the mirror. Sarah stumbled back, her legs nearly giving way beneath her as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The thing, it, was no longer bound by the mirror. It stood before her, fully formed, grinning with that unnerving, impossible smile. The thing was her, and yet it wasn't. Her skin crawled, her stomach twisted, and she wanted to scream, but the sound seemed trapped in her chest. Her own body was betraying her, her mind unraveling with the realization that everything she had thought she understood was wrong. "I've been waiting," the reflection, the thing, said, its voice soft, almost affectionate. "Waiting for you to understand, for you to remember. You didn't invite me in, Sarah. You became me. You always have been. You and I, we're the same." A rush of panic flooded Sarah's chest, but something else stirred inside her too. Acceptance. A bitter, dark truth began to dawn on her. All this time, all this suffering, had been a manifestation of her own mind, her own sorrow, her grief, her guilt, all the things she had buried deep inside herself. They had taken shape, formed something she couldn't fight. The smile, the thing that had chased her, was just a part of her, a part that she refused to face. "No," she whispered, shaking her head violently. "No, you're not me, you're not..." But the thing interrupted her, stepping closer, its movements graceful, almost fluid, as if it were made of shadows and smoke. Its hands, her hands, lifted, fingers curling like claws, and Sarah froze, her breath hitching. The thing's eyes were now her eyes, wide and wide, too wide, filled with something dark and deep. "I am everything you've tried to hide from," it said, its voice dripping with amusement. "I am the face you've turned away from in the mirror, the one you refuse to acknowledge. I am the rage, the sorrow, the grief, the fear, the darkness inside you, and I will never leave." A sickening realization settled into Sarah's bones, like ice. It had never been external. It had always been a part of her. She had created it. It had fed off her broken heart, her pain, her denial. It had been nurtured by her unwillingness to face the truth that she had been running from herself, from her own brokenness. "You think you can escape me?" the thing purred. "You think you can overcome me? I've been with you from the very beginning. From the first tear you shed when you lost him. I fed on it, Sarah. I thrived on it." The walls of the room seemed to pulse in rhythm with her racing heart. Sarah stumbled backward, but there was no escape. The door was closed, the windows too far away. The thing, the reflection, was closing in, her own face twisted in cruel mockery. "You've kept me hidden so long," it whispered, almost lovingly. "But now there is nothing left. There is no mask. There is no pretending." Her mind was screaming, a whirlwind of confusion, of rage, of heartbreak. She had never fully realized how much she had buried, how much she had hidden away in the deep recesses of her heart. The grief over David's death, the guilt she couldn't shake, the loneliness she had tried to fill with anything, everything but herself. And now, it was all here, standing in front of her. "Please," Sarah begged, her voice shaking. "Please, I don't want this anymore." The thing laughed, the sound hollow and mocking like the wind in a graveyard. "You can't want to be free of me. You need me. Without me, you'd be nothing." She gasped, feeling the pressure of its words sink into her soul like a blade. "I've been waiting," it repeated, its voice low and possessive. "You can't defeat me, Sarah. You can't defeat yourself." Suddenly she understood. There was no fighting it, no running from it. The monster, the thing, had been born of her grief, her rage, her sorrow. It was a reflection of everything she had been hiding, everything she had been running from. A whisper in the back of her mind urged her to stop running, to face it head on, to stop pretending she could outrun her own heart. "I have to face it," she thought. "I have to face me." Sarah took a deep breath, her hands trembling at her sides. She felt the weight of everything she had avoided, the guilt, the loss, the loneliness. It was all here, embodied in this thing. She could feel it in her chest, this unbearable heaviness. But now, for the first time, she wasn't trying to fight it. She wasn't running from it. She stepped forward, her eyes locking with the creature's. "I am you," she whispered, her voice soft but steady, "and I won't run anymore." The creature's smile faltered just for a moment, and in that moment Sarah felt it, the last shudder of fear and grief leaving her. The thing's grin twisted, then cracked like glass breaking, and then it was gone. The room was still, empty, and Sarah was alone. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The cold was the first thing that struck them. It was an unnatural chill that seeped through the walls of the Soviet military facility, seeping into their bones even though they were being held in a warm, controlled room. The prisoners had been transported in complete silence, their hands bound, their faces covered by rough black cloths. They hadn't spoken to each other since they had been taken from their cells, their fates sealed with their blindfolds. They could only hear the soft shuffling of feet and the mechanical hum of the truck engine as they were carted away to the unknown. The Soviet Union was a place where even whispers could be dangerous, and these men were no different. They were prisoners, political dissidents, defectors, criminals, each of them a discarded relic of the state's endless hunger for power. For these 5 men, their lives meant nothing. They were expendable. For them, there was no trial, no sentence. Just the cold, silent hum of the machine that moved them into the dark heart of the state's most secretive military facility. It was here that they would become a part of something far larger, far darker than they could have imagined. The room they were led into was sparse, sterile, almost clinically so. A long, narrow chamber with concrete walls and a ceiling so high that it felt suffocating. There were no windows. The only light came from the harsh fluorescent strips that flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twitch unnaturally, as though they were alive. In the center of the room were 5 metal beds, bolted to the floor, each with a thin mattress and a plain white sheet. They were arranged in a straight line, each prisoner assigned to one. It looked like a hospital ward, but there was no hope in this room, no care, only cold, deliberate efficiency. The guards, impassive and silent, ushered the men inside. They were no longer spoken to. Their presence had already been acknowledged with an unspoken gesture. The door slammed shut behind them, echoing through the emptiness like a death knell. The walls seemed to close in, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. The men stood frozen, their breathing shallow, their hands trembling, but none of them dared to speak. They had been trained to endure, to resist, but none of them had expected this. As the hours dragged by, the men began to settle in. They were too numb to feel the cold at first, too numb to understand the full extent of what was happening. The last thing they remembered before they were taken from their cells was a vague sense of unease, a whispering in the air, as though something terrible was waiting just around the corner. But there had been no time to think, no time to wonder. Now in this strange room, in the heart of a world they did not understand, that feeling began to gnaw at the edges of their minds. The sound of a door creaking open broke the stillness. A single figure entered, tall and gaunt, his face obscured by the shadow cast from the overhead lights. He was a researcher, one of the men responsible for what would soon unfold. His uniform was crisp, his boots echoing in the silence as he walked across the room with measured steps. There was no warmth in his gaze, no expression in his voice as he addressed the prisoners. "You are here for a purpose," he said, his voice cold, emotionless. "You will not leave this room until the experiment is completed. You will remain awake for as long as we require. You will endure. Your every movement will be monitored." His words hung in the air like a curse. There was no explanation of what the experiment entailed, no warning of what was to come. The prisoners exchanged nervous glances, but no one spoke. They had been trained to survive in silence, and silence was all they had now. The researcher turned on his heel, his footsteps receding into the darkness of the hallway. A door clicked shut. A long, drawn-out silence followed. The prisoners sat on their beds, their bodies tense with fear, their minds reeling. What had they been brought here for? What was this experiment? They had all heard rumors, but they had never believed them. They had never thought that they would be the ones subjected to such horrors. But as the seconds stretched into minutes, and the minutes into hours, the true nature of their situation began to sink in. The air around them grew heavier, thicker, as though something unseen was pressing down on them. Something ancient, something dark. They had no choice but to remain in place, to wait. But the waiting was worse than anything they could have imagined. The first sign that something was wrong came when one of the men, Pavel, started to hum under his breath. It was a low, tuneless sound, barely audible over the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights. At first, the others didn't notice, but then it grew louder, insistent, the melody, a strange, eerie lullaby that felt out of place in this sterile, oppressive room. The man seemed oblivious to the discomfort he was causing, his eyes fixed on some point far beyond the walls. His breath came in shallow bursts, his face twitching slightly as though he was struggling to keep himself from falling asleep. Then another prisoner, Anton, muttered something under his breath. "Stop it," he hissed, his voice breaking the silence. "You're making it worse." He was looking at Pavel now, his eyes wide with fear. The humming had stopped, but there was a growing sense of unease in the air. The other men shifted, uncomfortably, not knowing how to react. They had never been trained for this. They had never been prepared for the psychological toll that would come with the isolation. The hours stretched on. There was no way to know how much time had passed. No way to measure the minutes as they bled into each other. The room had no clock, no windows, no sense of the outside world. It was as if they had been trapped in a different dimension, suspended in a void. Their minds began to play tricks on them. The hum of the lights began to sound like whispers, like voices calling to them from just beyond the walls. The shadows seemed to flicker, to shift, as if something unseen was moving in the darkness. At times, they thought they saw figures watching them from the corners of the room, only for the shadows to dissolve into nothing when they turned to look. Pavel was the first to speak up again, but this time his voice was different. It was strained, broken. "They're watching us," he whispered. His words were barely audible. but they sent a shiver down the spines of the others. They're always watching us. His eyes were wide, his pupils dilated. Sweat clung to his forehead in beads, and his hands trembled as he reached out for something, anything to anchor himself in this suffocating reality. He glanced at the others, his gaze wild before returning to the corners of the room. I can hear them, in the walls. They're watching us. I can see them. The others stiffened, their bodies frozen in place. None of them spoke. They could feel it now, too. An undeniable presence in the air, a pressure that was growing stronger with each passing second. It was as if the very walls of the room were closing in on them, pressing down on their minds. The shadows no longer felt like simple patterns of darkness. They felt like something alive, something watching, waiting. Suddenly, the lights flickered. It was a quick, sharp flash, and then they were back to their usual hum. But the damage had been done. The room seemed darker now. The shadows stretched farther. The air was thick with dread, and the hum of the lights had taken on a different tone, a tone that seemed almost menacing. For the first time, the prisoners began to realize that this was not an ordinary experiment. This was something more, something far more sinister, but they couldn't leave. They had no way of knowing what had been done to them, no way of escaping the room. The door had been sealed, and the experiment had begun. A sudden, sharp noise echoed from behind the walls, a low growl, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably there. It sent a shiver down their spines, and for the first time, the prisoners truly understood. This was not just a test of endurance. This was something far worse. The first night in the dark room felt endless. Time had lost all meaning. For the prisoners, the rhythmic hum of the fluorescent lights overhead became the only measure of time, a constant oppressive sound that gnawed at their nerves. Pavel's trembling words still echoed in their minds. They could feel something lurking in the shadows, something unnatural. Something was watching them. It was a feeling, an instinct that they could no longer ignore. It was an invisible presence, far worse than anything they had imagined when they first agreed to the experiment. Their bodies were stiff, rigid with fear and exhaustion, but their minds were even worse. The room, so cold and sterile, was now a trap. The walls pressed in on them, the air thick and stale. Every breath felt like they were inhaling something foul, like the room itself was slowly choking them. It was the kind of fear that gripped you in the chest, gnawed at your soul, and made you wonder if you were still truly awake, or if this had all become some twisted dream. Anton was the first to fall asleep, or at least he tried to, but it was no use. His body jerked violently as though it were being pulled awake by an unseen force. He woke with a start, gasping for air, his eyes wide with panic. His breath came in ragged, frantic bursts. The other prisoners watched him, their eyes flickering toward each other in silent horror. The air in the room was suffocating, thick with their collective anxiety, their shared sense of dread. "Stop. Just stop," Anton muttered, his voice breaking as he wiped sweat from his brow, his hands shaking. He tried to lie down again, but his body wouldn't obey. Every time his eyes closed, it felt like something was pulling him back into the darkness, into the abyss. His chest constricted, his heart pounded painfully in his ribcage. Pavel, sitting cross-legged on his bed, spoke again. This time, his voice was quieter, distant, almost as though he wasn't speaking to anyone in particular. "It's the darkness," he murmured. "They know. They're in the dark. They're watching." The others were silent, but it was clear they were all hearing the same things now, the whispers. The soft, unsettling hum beneath the fluorescent lights that was growing louder, more insistent. It was as if something was speaking, but the words were always just beyond their understanding, always on the edge of hearing. slipping away before they could fully comprehend them. It gnawed at their sanity, pulling at the fragile threads of their consciousness. The lights flickered again, sending a ripple of anxiety through the group. Anton jumped to his feet, his hand instinctively gripping the edge of the bed. His eyes darted around the room, scanning the corners, the shadows that seemed to writhe and shift as if alive. He had to be imagining it. He had to. But the feeling was unmistakable. The whispers were growing louder now, more distinct, swirling around them like a cold wind in the room. The others could feel it too. The oppressive air, the suffocating atmosphere. Something was wrong. Wrong in a way that they couldn't explain, but they knew deep in their bones. They were not alone in this room. Pavel looked up at the ceiling, his eyes unfocused as though staring into something invisible. "They're coming," he whispered. "They're always coming." At first it didn't make sense. But the more the others listened, the more the words took on a deeper meaning. The hum in the room wasn't just the lights. It wasn't just a mechanical sound. It was a presence. The room itself was vibrating with a malevolent energy, one that the prisoners were powerless to escape. The walls felt like they were closing in. Every breath seemed to push the air even further out of reach. The pressure in the room became unbearable. And then there was the scratching. It was faint at first, barely audible. So soft, it could have been the sound of a mouse moving across the floor. But it wasn't a mouse. It wasn't anything that could be explained. The noise came from behind the walls, slow and deliberate. A scraping sound that seemed to echo through the entire room, reverberating through their skulls. It wasn't just a sound. It felt like it was burrowing into their minds, digging into the very marrow of their bones. "Did you hear that?" Anton gasped. He was standing now, his back against the wall, his eyes wide with terror. "What the hell is that?" The others stood frozen, their eyes darting from one corner of the room to another, searching for the source. The sound grew louder, more frantic, as though something was trying to claw its way through the walls. The prisoners were no longer aware of each other's presence. They were all lost in their own spirals of fear, their minds racing with the terrible possibilities of what was happening. Could the walls have been made of something other than concrete? Could it be some kind of animal trapped within the walls? But no, that would be too simple. That would make sense. And there was nothing here that made sense. Pavel moved first. He stood up, his movements jerky, uncoordinated. His eyes were vacant, glazed over, as though he were no longer entirely present in the room. He walked slowly toward the corner where the sound seemed to be the loudest, his feet shuffling across the cold concrete floor. The others watched him, a collective breath held in their chests. But no one moved to stop him. Something inside each of them knew that it was pointless. Then Pavel reached the corner, and everything went quiet. The scraping ceased, the air thick with tension. For a long moment there was only the sound of their own breathing, ragged and shallow. They waited, watching, wondering what he would do next. And then Pavel turned. His face was pale, almost ghostly, his eyes wide with terror. His lips trembled, but the words that came out of his mouth were not his own. "You can't escape. We are all trapped here. We are all dead." The others stared at him in confusion, but his words only made the room seem colder, darker. What was he talking about? What did he mean? Pavel's body seemed to twitch involuntarily, his mouth opening and closing as though he were trying to scream, but no sound came. His body jerked violently, once, then twice, as though something invisible was pulling him apart. He collapsed to the floor, shaking, his limbs twisting at unnatural angles. His breath came in short, shallow bursts as his hands clawed at the concrete beneath him. "Make it stop. Please, make it stop," he begged, his voice strained, desperate. But it wasn't him anymore. Whatever had taken hold of him wasn't human. Anton moved forward, unable to look away, his body trembling. "Pavel, what's happening to you?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The man on the floor, Pavel, stopped shaking, his body going still for just a moment. His eyes snapped open, and in that instant, they were no longer human. They were black, empty voids that seemed to draw in the light, to absorb everything around them. The hollow stare pierced through the darkness, and a voice, not Pavel's, but something darker, rasped from his throat. "Sleep or die." It was then that the others understood. This wasn't a test of endurance. This wasn't an experiment to push their limits. This was something far more sinister, something far beyond their understanding. And they were already trapped in this room, trapped in their own minds. The lights flickered again, and the room seemed to twist, to stretch, to distort into something grotesque and unreal. The scratching began again, louder this time. It was not coming from behind the walls anymore. It was coming from inside their heads, inside their very souls. And as the first night stretched on, they began to realize there would be no escape. There would be no end to the darkness that was closing in on them. One of the prisoners, his face twisted in terror, suddenly whispers to himself, his eyes darting wildly around the room. "It's not the walls. It's the air. It's breathing with us. It's alive." The second night arrived as the first had, slowly, silently, but with a deepening weight that pressed on their chests, suffocating them. It was not the passage of time that frightened them anymore. Time had become an abstract concept in this cold, dark place, but the feeling of being watched, constantly and relentlessly. The walls of the room seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible vibration, like the quiet pulse of a heart in the depths of the earth. It was omnipresent, a constant reminder that they were no longer in control, that they were at the mercy of forces beyond their comprehension. Pavel had not spoken since the episode earlier that night. He lay on his bed, curled into a tight ball, his eyes wide open but unseeing. His pupils were dilated to the point of being black voids, empty and lifeless. His breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible, but the tremors racking his body were unmistakable. It was as though something had broken inside him, something fundamental. His fingers twitched spasmodically at his sides, but there was no longer any coherence to his movements. It was as if his body had been taken over by something else. Anton was the first to speak. His voice trembled in the oppressive silence, and it seemed like it came from a great distance. "What happened to him?" he whispered, as if afraid that raising his voice would wake something else in the room, something far worse than the dark. No one answered. The others, though still wide-eyed with fear, had become strangely silent over the past few hours. They sat on their beds, unmoving, their gazes locked on the flickering lights above. Each man was trapped in his own mind, grappling with the relentless pressure that seemed to permeate the very air they breathed. They could no longer tell if their thoughts were their own or if the room itself was planting them into their heads. The whispers, though faint, grew louder in their minds. The scratching noise, which had begun as a faint sound behind the walls, was now a constant, rhythmic pulse louder than before, as though something or someone was crawling just beneath the concrete. It was Ivan who moved next, although it wasn't a deliberate choice. His body simply rose of its own accord, as if responding to some invisible force. His legs trembled beneath him, and his feet shuffled across the cold floor, though he had no intention of moving. His eyes were fixed on the door, though he could not remember why. Perhaps like Pavel, he was hearing something, or maybe the compulsion to move had become so powerful that it overtook his will. As he walked across the room, a cold, prickling sensation filled the back of his neck. It was as though a presence, something intangible, ancient and horrifying, was standing right behind him, watching his every move. The scratching sound continued, louder now, more frantic, like claws scraping against bone. Ivan froze, his body seizing with fear. His breath hitched in his throat as his eyes darted back to Pavel, whose twitching body seemed to jerk in time with the sound, though he remained motionless in his bed. There was something deeply wrong about Pavel now. His skin had become pale, and waxen, stretched taut over the bone. His eyes were black as pitch, staring into nothing. The other prisoners avoided looking directly at him, afraid that whatever had taken hold of Pavel would reach out and claim them too. But then Ivan heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. It wasn't coming from Pavel. It was coming from somewhere deeper within the walls. "Help me." The words were faint, barely audible, but they cut through the stillness like a knife. The voice was not human. It was a sound too cold, too alien to be anything but a manifestation of something otherworldly. Ivan's heart raced, and his body shuddered as the sensation of being watched intensified, pressing down on him like a crushing weight. Suddenly the room seemed to grow colder, not just the air, but the very walls, the floor beneath their feet, the very fabric of reality itself. The temperature dropped rapidly, and Ivan could see his breath puff out in front of him in small, cloud-like bursts. He glanced nervously at the others, but none of them moved. They were either too numb with fear to react, or worse, they were already lost to whatever force was haunting this place. In the sudden silence that followed, they heard it again, a low, rumbling growl from deep within the walls. But this time, the growl was not alone. It was followed by a slithering sound, the unmistakable sound of something moving through the shadows. The air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of the noise, as though the walls themselves were alive, breathing in time with the grotesque symphony that was beginning to play. One of the prisoners, Mikhail, broke. He stood up suddenly, his face contorted in a mask of terror. His eyes were wide and unblinking, his pupils so dilated that they were nothing but dark holes in his face. He staggered backward, his hands clutching his head as though trying to hold his sanity together. "It's inside the walls," Mikhail whispered, his voice trembling with panic. "It's inside all of us." His words shattered the fragile silence, and for the first time since the experiment, the prisoners spoke to each other. But it was not words of comfort or understanding. They were all speaking at once, their voices rising, becoming frantic. Some were begging for answers, others demanding to be released, and some, like Mikhail, were lost in an absolute terror. But in the midst of the chaos, no one heard the door open. It creaked at first, a soft, subtle sound, but then it swung open fully, and a new presence entered the room. The guards, at least, had always been silent, their faces expressionless, their presence like that of distant shadows. But this was different. This man, the researcher, was something else entirely. His uniform was the same as the others, but his eyes were black, like two bottomless pits. There was no humanity in them, no compassion, no soul, only an empty void, as if he were a part of the room itself, just another extension of the darkness. The prisoners stopped speaking, their voices dying in their throats as they caught sight of him. He didn't speak at first. Instead, he walked calmly into the room, his eyes scanning the terrified faces of the men before him. The sound of his footsteps was muffled by the thick air, but it was the absence of sound that was most unsettling. He seemed to glide across the floor like a shadow, moving without a single creak or groan of the floorboards beneath him. "You are not here by chance," the researcher said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "You are here because you were chosen. You are here because you are part of something much larger than yourselves." The words were chilling in their finality. It was not a question, There was no room for negotiation. The prisoners were no longer individuals. They were no longer men. They were just pieces in a much larger puzzle. The growl from behind the walls intensified, as if in response to his words. It was followed by a loud, jarring scraping sound that made the very floor tremble beneath them. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the sound ceased. The room fell deathly still. The researcher turned, his black eyes locking onto Pavel's twitching form. For a long moment, nothing happened. But then, as if compelled by some invisible force, Pavel's body jerked violently once more. His mouth opened, a guttural scream ripping from his throat, but it wasn't a scream of pain. It was something worse. It was a scream of recognition, of understanding, as though he had finally realized the truth about the experiment and what had been awakened. And just like that, the man who had been Pavel was no longer human. The researcher gave a single imperceptible nod, as though approving of what had occurred. And then, without another word, he left. The door slammed shut behind him with a finality that made the room feel smaller, darker. The prisoners stood frozen, their bodies trembling, their minds unraveling. They no longer knew what was real and what was an illusion. The whispers in the walls had become louder, more insistent. The air itself was thick with malevolent energy. And then, in a final act of horror, the lights flickered once more, casting everything into a strobe-like effect. The shadows began to move, twisting and writhing. Some of them swirled like black smoke. Others seemed to grow into grotesque shapes. And the walls began to weep. Mikhail, now completely overcome, with fear, starts to scream, his voice ragged and broken as something unseen presses against the walls, pushing from the inside. The night passed slowly, as though the hours themselves had lost the will to move forward. Every second in the room felt like an eternity. The coldness in the air had only intensified, seeping deep into their bones, making every movement stiff, every breath shallow. They had been abandoned, left to rot in this forsaken place. The guards, the doctors, the researchers, they had all vanished behind a veil of silence, leaving only the oppressive hum of the lights and the growing terror that gnawed at the prisoners' minds. It was a terror that couldn't be named, only felt, a crawling, insidious presence that tightened its grip on their hearts with every passing minute. By the fourth day, they had lost track of time entirely. The concept of day and night was a distant memory. In the perpetual twilight of the room, it felt as though they were drifting between two worlds, neither truly awake nor truly asleep. The walls were closing in on them, their pale, lifeless surfaces pressing in from every side, an invisible weight that grew heavier with each breath. The scratching behind the walls had not ceased, but now it had taken on a rhythm, like the ticking of a clock, slow, deliberate, methodical. But there was no release, no comfort in its predictability. It only made them more aware that they were being hunted. Anton was the first to crack. It wasn't a moment of madness that led him to break, but something far quieter, more insidious. It was the gradual erosion of his self-control, the slow unraveling of his psyche. It started with the whispers, those faint voices that had started days ago, drifting through the walls like smoke. But now they weren't just whispers. They were clear, distinct words, spoken in low, guttural tones that seemed to come from the very air. He could hear them, even when the others were silent. They came from all directions, behind him, above him, below him, and the voices. They knew his name. At first, he tried to ignore them. He tried to convince himself that it was all a product of stress, of the endless isolation and the fear clawing at his soul. But as the days passed, the voices grew more urgent, more demanding. They beckoned him, like the soft, luring song of a siren. The words were the same every time. Come closer, listen, open your eyes. One night, as he lay on his bed, staring up. At the ceiling, he realized that the voices weren't just speaking to him, they were speaking to each of them. He could hear Pavel mumbling in the corner, his words slurred and incomprehensible, like someone caught in the fever dream of delirium. The others were no better. Ivan had taken to muttering to himself, his eyes vacant and unseeing. His once dapper uniform was now a ragged mess, his hair matted with sweat. But it was Mikhail who frightened Anton the most. Mikhail had stopped speaking entirely. The man had become a ghost, his movements stiff and mechanical, his eyes wide with a vacant stare that never blinked. He no longer seemed human. He was simply a shell, a hollow vessel moving through the room, a puppet with no strings. And then, one evening, Anton saw it, the first sign of something truly horrific. He had been pacing, his mind rattling with the noise in his head, when he caught sight of Mikhail. The man had stopped in front of the wall, staring at it. His eyes, those black, empty sockets, seemed to sink deeper into his skull. His mouth hung open, but no sound came out. And then, as if in response to some unseen command, Mikhail reached up with both hands and began to scratch at the wall. It wasn't the soft, gentle scraping they had all heard before. It was something more desperate, more frenzied. Mikhail's fingers dug into the concrete, his nails breaking off, blood dripping onto the floor. But he didn't seem to care. His face twisted in pain, but he didn't stop. It was as if something in the walls was calling to him, pulling him in. Anton wanted to scream, to stop him, but his body wouldn't obey. He was paralyzed, rooted to the spot by an unseen force. All he could do was watch as Mikhail clawed at the wall with more and more intensity, his movements becoming erratic, the skin on his hands shredded, the blood pooling beneath him. And then, as suddenly as it had started, Mikhail stopped. He stood there, his hands raw and bleeding, staring at the wall. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his breath shallow and frantic. For a long moment there was only silence. And then, a crack. A small, barely audible crack. Anton's heart raced as he approached cautiously, his legs trembling with each step. He reached out, but his hand froze just before touching Mikhail's shoulder. The air in the room had shifted. Something was different. Something had changed. There was a tension now, a pulse, a vibration that seemed to hum through the floor, beneath their feet. It was as though the walls themselves were alive. Anton's hand hesitated, but before he could make contact, Mikhail's head jerked to the side, his black eyes locking onto Anton's with an intensity that made his blood run cold. His lips curled into a grotesque, unnatural smile, a smile that stretched far too wide for any human to possess. His voice came, though it was low, a rasping sound, like something trying to break free from deep within his throat. "They are coming," Mikhail whispered. "They've always been here." Anton stepped back, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was hearing. But before he could say anything, Mikhail's body slumped, his limbs growing slack as though his strings had been cut. He fell to the floor with a dull thud, lifeless. Anton couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. His mind was too full, too overwhelmed with the terror that was closing in on him. The walls, however, were not silent. No. Now, the walls began to hum again, but this time it was different. This was not the faint noise they had heard before. This was a deep, guttural sound, one that seemed to pulse through the very air, a vibration that resonated in their bones, deep and insistent. And then, the scratching began again. But now, it wasn't behind the walls. It was inside them. Anton felt it in his chest. The room was alive. It was not just a room. It was a creature, a thing with purpose, a thing with hunger. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His throat was too dry, his voice lost in the oppressive pressure of the room. The walls were pushing in. the air thick with a presence that was far more ancient and malevolent than any of them could have ever imagined. The lights flickered once more, and this time they did not go out. Instead, they began to hum in sync with the vibrations in the room. A strange, otherworldly glow emanated from them, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and danced across the floor. Anton's vision blurred, the room spinning around him. He staggered backward, unable to focus, his mind spiraling into madness. There was someone moving in the shadows. He could see it now, just at the edge of his vision. A figure cloaked in darkness, its outline distorted and fluid, shifting like smoke. Its presence was unbearable, the weight of it crushing him. And then it spoke, not in words, but in a voice. No, a feeling. A sense of longing, of hunger, of something so old and twisted that it could never be fully understood. It wanted them. It needed them. They were no longer men. They were prey. The room, the walls, the very air around them seemed to pulse with life, as though the space itself was feeding, growing, feeding off of them, off their fear. Anton was certain now. This was no longer a room. It was a tomb, a prison, a creature that had been awakened by their presence. It was alive, and it was hungry. Anton's breath catches in his throat as the room goes dark for a split second, and in that instant, he sees it. Something moving, a shadow with glowing eyes standing directly behind him. The cold had become unbearable. No matter how tightly they huddled together, no matter how many layers of clothing they piled on, the freezing air gnawed at their skin, burrowing into their bones, creeping under their fingernails and into the marrow. It was not the kind of cold that could be fought off with blankets or fire. It was an unnatural chill that seemed to come from within, from the very walls, from the air itself. It was the cold of isolation, the cold of fear, and it was only growing worse. The lights flickered more frequently now, casting the room in erratic flashes of dim light, throwing grotesque shadows on the walls that seemed to move, writhing like dark living things. Anton could feel it, the pressure, the presence, the weight of something watching them. It was subtle at first, just a shifting in the air, a faint sound behind the walls, but it was growing more persistent, louder, more insistent. It was no longer a whisper, it was a voice. It was the room itself. The walls had eyes, and they were staring directly at them. Pavel was no longer speaking. His eyes had gone wide and unblinking, as though he were trapped in a perpetual state of terror. His body twitched involuntarily, his movements jerky and erratic, like a marionette with severed strings. His once pristine uniform was now a tattered mess, stained with sweat and something darker, something that Anton couldn't name, though he knew it wasn't blood. It smelled metallic, sour and rancid. The stench filled the room, and it clung to their clothing, to their skin, suffocating them with every breath. But no one spoke of it. No one spoke at all. The others too had changed. Ivan had begun to grow gaunt, his face sunken and drawn. His eyes were vacant, lifeless, as if they had been drained of any sense of humanity. His once ragged appearance was now something worse, something almost spectral. His bones seemed to jut out from beneath his skin, and his movements were slow, deliberate, as though he was no longer fully aware of the world around him. He would occasionally reach up and scratch at his throat, as if something were crawling, just beneath the surface of his skin. Mikhail, however, had grown still, too still. His body sat in the corner, a silent, unmoving figure. His eyes were wide open, but there was no sign of life in them. His breath had become slow and shallow, a faint rasping sound that echoed through the room. His skin had taken on an unnatural pallor, and his lips were blue. His fingernails darkened as if blood had stopped flowing through his body altogether. His once strong physique was now a hollow shell, a mannequin propped up in the corner. Anton felt the weight of the silence settle over them like a shroud. The room seemed to stretch and contract, the walls pulsing with an energy he couldn't comprehend. It was as though the very air was alive, breathing with them, feeding off their terror. The whispering had grown louder too. They were no longer just voices, they were words, demands. The walls had begun to hum with an almost melodic tone, a vibrating frequency that dug into their minds, causing a dull ache behind their eyes. Anton could hear his name whispered over and over again, along with the names of the others. It was a soft, insidious sound, like the rustle of dead leaves in the wind, but it was unrelenting. It came from every direction, from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling. It was everywhere, and it wasn't just the whispers. The walls, they were moving. The concrete itself had begun to warp, small ripples forming in the surface, as though something was shifting just beneath. One night, when the darkness had stretched long enough to become suffocating, Anton found himself unable to sleep. The air had become thick with dread, and every inch of his skin felt like it was being watched. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts he couldn't shake. Was this the end? Had the experiment broken them? Had they become something else, something less than human? His heart pounded in his chest as his eyes darted to the shadows that danced around the room, cast by the flickering light. Every corner of the room seemed to conceal something just beyond his reach. The scratching, the shifting sounds, the hum in the air. It was all driving him mad. And then there was the smell. It started as something faint, just a tang in the air, like rotting meat. But it grew stronger. The stench grew to a suffocating level, making it impossible to breathe without tasting it, without feeling it clogging his throat. Anton bolted upright, his heart hammering as his eyes searched the room in a frenzy. He couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it was everywhere now. It was in the walls, in the floor, in the air. It was inside him. "Help!" Pavel's voice croaked from the corner, his voice thin and broken. Anton's gaze snapped toward him, but Pavel wasn't looking at him. His eyes were staring into the empty space where the wall met the ceiling, as though seeing something no one else could. His fingers twitched, spasming violently, but he didn't seem to notice. His mouth moved, but the words were barely a whisper. "Help me. It's inside. Inside me." Anton scrambled to his feet, rushing over to Pavel, his heart racing. He had to stop this. He had to get them out. But as he reached for him, something happened that stopped him dead in his tracks. The walls, they moved. It wasn't an illusion. The concrete walls actually shifted, bending and warping as though they were made of liquid rather than stone. The floor groaned under the pressure. The very foundation of the room seemed to tremble, as if something beneath it was waking. Anton staggered back in horror, his breath catching in his throat. The room had never felt like this before, never felt so alive. "Pavel, get away from the wall!" Anton shouted, his voice rising with panic. But Pavel didn't respond. His body had gone limp and his eyes were still locked on the corner. His hands twitched and spasmed in an agonizing rhythm, as though he were trying to tear his own skin off. The stench was unbearable now, overwhelming. The room seemed to be suffocating him, suffocating all of them. Then the scratching started again. It wasn't coming from the walls this time. It was coming from Pavel. Anton's heart stopped as he watched in terror. Pavel's skin began to stretch, bulging outward in unnatural ways, as though something was moving beneath it. His face contorted in silent agony, his jaw working in spasms. His body was no longer human. It was twisting, deforming, becoming something else entirely. It was as though whatever had been inside the walls was now taking shape inside of him, crawling beneath his skin. "Pavel!" Anton screamed, his voice hoarse with fear. He reached forward, his hands trembling, desperate to pull Pavel away from whatever was happening to him. But it was too late. Pavel's body began to rip apart, not in the way flesh tears from a wound, but in a grotesque, unnatural way. His skin split open and dark, oily tendrils emerged, wrapping around his limbs like serpents. Anton recoiled, but he couldn't look away. His stomach churned violently as the grotesque shape inside Pavel's body began to take form, writhing and contorting, taking control of its host. The light flickered again, and when it returned, there was no longer a man in the corner. There was only a mass of wriggling, dark tendrils, moving like a swarm of insects, pulsing with an alien life. And then, from the darkness of the corner, the voice came again. "Not all of you will survive." The room trembles violently as the tendrils in the corner writhe and stretch toward the prisoners. Anton's scream is cut short as he's pulled into the darkness. The room had become a nightmare. What had once been a sterile clinical space, designed for observation and containment, had now turned into a grotesque, ever-shifting den of terror. Anton could feel the walls closing in on him. He could feel them bending and breathing with the rhythm of his own panic. Every inch of the space seemed to be alive, twisting, pulsating in sync with the insidious force that had taken hold. The air was thick with the smell of decay, a fetid odor that clawed at the back of his throat and made him gag. The floor was slick with something dark and viscous, the stains of their desperation spreading like oil. Anton's eyes flicked to the center of the room. The once familiar bodies of his fellow prisoners had become something else, something inhuman. They were no longer the men they had been just days ago, before the walls began to speak, before the whispers began to tear at their minds. They had all been changed, and now only Anton remained, the last one standing, or so he thought. His eyes burned from the constant flickering of the lights, which cast the room in a sickly, jaundiced hue. It was almost as if the light itself had become infected, twisted by whatever malevolent force had crept into their midst. He could hear the hum of the electrical currents, vibrating through the floor, the walls, and into his very bones. The lights buzzed and crackled, like a swarm of angry bees trapped in a jar. Each flicker felt like a jagged knife to his sanity. Mikhail, or what had once been Mikhail, stood at the far corner of the room, its body hunched and contorted in unnatural angles. His skin had become a grotesque shade of greenish grey, stretched thin over a frame that no longer resembled a human being. The creature's hands were gnarled and clawed, fingers twitching in spasms as though they were reaching out for something or someone. Anton could see its ribs protruding, the skin around them so tight that it seemed as if the creature might burst open at any moment. But what was truly terrifying were its eyes, empty black sockets, but they were not vacant. No, there was something in them. There was hunger, the hunger. Anton could feel it, deep inside his gut, clawing at him. It wasn't just a physical need, it was something primal, something older than any of them. The hunger didn't just want food, it wanted them, it wanted their souls, it wanted everything. And it would not stop until it had devoured all of them. The walls groaned as though they were alive, pressing in with an almost sentient malevolence. Anton staggered backward, his breath ragged in his chest. He could feel the suffocating presence, pushing at him, wrapping around him like a suffocating hand. It was closing in, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the sound, the scraping, the scratching. Anton turned to look at Pavel's body. No, what had once been Pavel. The body was now nothing more than a mangled heap of flesh and bone, shredded beyond recognition. Dark, oily tendrils twisted and wriggled in and out of the remains, their movement unnaturally fluid, like serpents slithering through the rotting corpse. Anton could hear the faintest sound, a clicking like insects gnawing at the skin, the bone, the very essence of what had once been a man. The sight of it made his stomach churn, but it was the sound that made his skin crawl. It was as though the body was still alive, still aware, still screaming, even though its vocal cords had long since been shredded. Anton tried to look away, but it was as though the horror had infected every corner of the room. Every inch of his vision was filled with the unnatural, the grotesque. His mind could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was a hallucination. The walls themselves were bleeding, slowly at first, but then faster, until the entire room was covered in a thick, dark liquid that moved and pulsed like a living entity. The blood seemed to have a mind of its own, swirling together in patterns that made no sense, forming shapes, symbols, messages. Suddenly the lights went out. For a moment, there was nothing but suffocating darkness. Anton's breath came in ragged gasps as he stood frozen, waiting for his eyes to adjust, waiting for something, anything, to give him a glimpse of the nightmare that was unfolding around him. But when the lights flickered back on, the room had transformed again. The walls were no longer just walls. They were breathing. The surface of the concrete rippled like water, undulating with a sickening rhythm. Shapes formed within the walls, shadows moving beneath the surface, watching, waiting. Anton's heart pounded in his chest, and he backed away, feeling his legs wobble beneath him. The hunger was still there, pressing in from all sides. And then, from the corner, he saw it. A figure. It was standing just outside of the light, shrouded in shadows, too tall to be human. Anton's stomach dropped as he realized what it was. He'd seen it before. The figure, the shape, the thing that had been following them since the very beginning. The thing in the walls, it was real. It had always been real. It wasn't just a whisper or a hallucination. It was here. It had always been here. The figure stepped into the light. Anton's blood ran cold as he saw its face, or rather, what was left of it. The skin had been stretched and warped beyond recognition, the face grotesque and bloated, as if something had been attempting to break free from underneath. The eyes were milky white, unblinking, and completely devoid of emotion, yet they saw him. And in those eyes, Anton could feel his soul being stripped away. The creature reached out with a hand that was not a hand, but a claw, a long, jagged talon that scraped along the floor with a sound like nails on glass. And it spoke, but not with a voice. It spoke with a feeling, a sensation. Anton felt it invade his mind, crawling into the deepest recesses of his thoughts. It was the same as before, the hunger, the deep, gnawing emptiness that demanded to be fed. But now, it wasn't just hungry for food. It was hungry for life, for their essence, their souls. It was hungry for everything. "You will feed us." The voice came again, not as words, but as a pulse in the air. "You will feed us, or you will be fed upon." Anton could feel his body trembling, his hands slick with sweat. He wanted to run, to scream, but the creature's presence held him in place like a weight on his chest, crushing him. He felt the hunger in his own body now, gnawing at him, twisting inside of him, demanding that he give in. It was then that he understood. The walls, the voices, the figures, the hunger, they were all one and the same. This place wasn't a prison. It wasn't an experiment. It was a feeding ground. The walls weren't just walls, they were alive. They were part of the creature, the presence, the hunger, and he had been brought here to feed it. Anton feels his strength draining from him, his body growing weaker as the presence feeds on his fear. The lights flicker one last time before they go completely dark, leaving Anton standing alone at the mercy of the creature. A shadow looms. A cold, cruel hand touches his shoulder. The room had become an abyss, a swirling void of darkness and dread, where time no longer mattered, where reality was an illusion, and where survival had ceased to be a possibility. Anton could feel the weight of the place pressing down on him, suffocating him, crushing him with a force that was both physical and psychological. It wasn't just the air that had become thick with malice. It was the very fabric of his existence, the walls closing in on him from all sides. Every moment, every breath was a struggle. It was as if the room itself was conspiring against him, fighting to keep him here, trapped in this hellish purgatory. The walls, once grey and solid, had become something else entirely. They rippled and undulated like the surface of water disturbed by a distant stone, warping and twisting with a sickening fluidity that made Anton's stomach churn. The faint smell of decay had grown stronger, a fetid odor that filled his nostrils, with each inhale seeping into his very bones. It was the smell of rot, the smell of something that had died long ago and was now feeding on the living. It was the smell of death, and it was everywhere. Anton staggered across the room, his body trembling with exhaustion. He hadn't slept in what felt like days, perhaps longer. Time had lost all meaning. All he could feel was the gnawing hunger that had begun to invade his mind. It was as though his very thoughts were becoming twisted, distorted, like they were being devoured by an invisible force, eroding his sanity with every passing second. He could no longer remember what it felt like to be whole, to be human. His body had become an alien thing, something that no longer responded to his will, something that was slipping away from him piece by piece. His hands were shaking as he pressed them against the walls, feeling the cold, slick surface beneath his fingertips. The concrete was pulsing, alive. He could feel it breathing. He could feel it drawing in the same breath he did, exhaling its dark, oppressive energy into him, filling him with something dark and terrible. Anton had never been a religious man, but in this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow wandered into hell itself, or if perhaps hell had always been inside them, waiting to be set free. The flickering light cast a sickly yellow hue across the room, revealing the grotesque sight of his fellow prisoners. They had become unrecognizable. Pavel's remains were still in the corner, though they were no longer even the shadow of the man they had once known. The body had been reduced to a mass of writhing, dark tendrils, squirming and twisting like the limbs of some ancient, forgotten god. There was no trace of human form left in it, only the grotesque amalgamation of flesh and darkness. The tendrils seemed to pulse in rhythm with the walls, as though they were connected to the very heart of the room itself. Mikhail, too, had transformed beyond recognition. His body was a twisted mockery of the man he had once been. His arms were impossibly long, stretching out from his body like grotesque skeletal appendages, and his eyes had sunk deep into his skull, leaving only hollow sockets. Yet there was something about him, something in the way he moved. It was as though his body was no longer his own, as though something else had taken control of him, bending him to its will. His movements were jerky, spasmodic, as though his bones were no longer attached to his muscles in any natural way. But it wasn't just the physical transformation that terrified Anton. It was the eyes. Mikhail's eyes were wide open, but they no longer had any trace of humanity in them. They were cold, lifeless, like the eyes of a predator, and they followed Anton wherever he moved, tracking his every step with unnerving precision. There was something in those eyes, something that knew. It was as if Mikhail, or whatever he had become, was aware of what was happening to him and to Anton. Anton could feel his pulse quicken as the air grew heavier, thick with the oppressive weight of the unseen presence that was watching them all. It was drawing closer, feeding off their fear, feeding off their desperation. Anton's mind was racing, his thoughts spiraling out of control, and for a moment he couldn't tell if the pressure he was feeling was coming from the room or from within himself. The hunger was growing inside him. He could feel it now, a gnawing emptiness deep in his gut. like an insatiable void that demanded to be filled. It wasn't just a physical hunger. It was something darker, something deeper. It was the hunger of the mind, of the soul. Anton's stomach churned as he fought to suppress it, to resist it, but it was useless. The hunger was not just inside him. It was in the walls, in the floor, in the very air he breathed. It was part of the place, and it was part of him now. The whispers began again. They were faint at first, just a murmur at the edge of his consciousness. But soon, they grew louder, until they filled the room, echoing in his mind, clawing at his thoughts. He could hear them in the walls, in the floor, in the very fabric of the building itself. They were speaking in tongues, their words unintelligible, but their meaning was clear. Anton wasn't sure when it had started, but at some point the whispers had become his own voice. "Feed us," it said. "We hunger. We need you. You are the next." Anton collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in his hands, as if the pressure of the voices was about to crush him. His thoughts were spinning out of control, everything around him blurring into a haze of shadows and madness. He could feel his vision narrowing, his heart racing, his breath coming in shallow, desperate gasps. He was drowning in the hunger, sinking into the darkness. Then, without warning, the room was plunged into complete darkness. Anton froze, his heart pounding in his chest. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no light, no sense of reality at all. Just the endless void that surrounded him, closing in like a tomb. His breath caught in his throat as he waited, listening for any sign, any sound, anything that might break the silence. His pulse raced, thundering in his ears, drowning out the whispers. And then it came, a soft scrape, almost imperceptible at first, like the sound of nails dragging across the floor. Anton's breath hitched in his chest, and he felt a cold chill creep up his spine. The noise grew louder, more insistent, closer. The scraping was joined by something else now, something wet and fleshy, like the sound of something crawling through the dark. Anton's mind screamed for him to move, to run. But his body was frozen, paralyzed by the terror that had wrapped itself around his heart. The sound was getting closer, closer, until Anton could feel the presence in the room, hovering just behind him. He turned, his eyes straining to pierce the darkness, but there was nothing there, nothing but the hunger. And then it spoke. "You belong to us now." The voice was all around him, in his head, in his bones, in his blood. It was the sound of the walls, of the room, of the very place that had trapped him. It was no longer just a voice. It was the thing that had been calling to him since the beginning. The hunger that had been growing inside him, inside them all. The thing that had never truly left. Anton felt it then, a dark presence, pressing against his chest, squeezing his heart until it felt like it might burst. It wasn't just in his mind anymore, it was in his body, in his soul. It was taking him, it was feeding on him. He could feel it, the hunger consuming him piece by piece. His fingers trembled as he tried to hold on, but it was hopeless. And as the darkness swallowed him whole, Anton realized the truth. There was no escape, not for him, not for anyone. The lights flicker one last time before going out entirely. Anton's scream is cut short as the room seems to pulse with hunger, swallowing the last trace of his humanity. Anton awoke to silence, but it was not the comforting quiet that he once knew. This silence was heavy, suffocating, as though it had weight and presence all its own. The darkness in the room pressed against him like an invisible hand, suffocating every breath, every thought. He could feel it, that overwhelming weight, as if the very air was filled with something malicious, something alive. It was the silence of a predator, waiting to strike. He tried to sit up, but his body didn't respond. It felt as though his Limbs were made of stone, each movement an immense effort. His muscles were stiff, aching, like they had been pulled and stretched beyond their breaking point. It was as though his body was no longer his own, but something else, something twisted, distorted. He could feel the hunger gnawing at his insides, crawling beneath his skin like a disease, making him tremble, making him sick. It was growing. It was feeding on him, on his very soul. His thoughts were a tangled mess, like broken glass scattering across the floor of his mind. He could remember the darkness, the whispers, the claws scraping along the concrete floor, the hunger, that awful, insatiable hunger. It was always there, pushing at the edges of his consciousness, never letting him rest. Anton's eyes flicked open, but the world around him was no clearer than it had been in the dark. He could see nothing but a grey, indistinct blur, a shapeless mass of shadow that seemed to pulse and throb as though it was alive. The walls were no longer static. They were constantly shifting, moving in a way that made Anton's stomach churn. He could hear them groaning, deep vibrations that rattled his bones. It was like the building itself was alive, a living organism that fed on fear and despair. The air smelled sour, like rotting meat and decaying flesh. His skin crawled at the very thought of it. He couldn't tell how much time had passed since he last felt the flickering lights, the scraping noise, or the presence that had loomed over him. Had it been hours, days? It didn't matter anymore. Time was no longer a concept here. He could feel something more sinister in the air, something far worse than just the hunger that had consumed him. The room was pulsing in time with his heart, as though the facility had merged with him, as if he were now part of the twisted, unnatural force that had taken root here. It was inside him, and it was inside the walls. They were one and the same. Anton closed his eyes, trying to block out the nausea threatening to overwhelm him, the dizziness that clouded his thoughts. But there was no escape. Every breath he took was a jagged, painful reminder of how much he had changed. He wasn't the same person anymore. His mind, his body, had begun to merge with whatever force had twisted this place into an abomination. The hunger was pulling him deeper into its grip. It wasn't just an external force anymore. No. The hunger was inside him now. He could feel it gnawing at the edges of his soul, slowly devouring the last remnants of his humanity. It wasn't just a craving for food. It was something more primal, something ancient, something that had existed before time itself. His skin was slick with sweat, the dampness of fear clinging to him, making the darkness feel even more oppressive. The hunger felt like a living thing, crawling through his veins, wrapping around, his heart squeezing, tightening until every beat of his pulse was a painful, frantic rhythm. His hands were trembling uncontrollably as he pressed them against the cold floor, trying to steady himself. The walls around him seemed to breathe with every shudder of his body, every desperate thought. Anton's chest tightened as his breath grew ragged and shallow. He didn't know if it was the hunger or the growing presence of whatever had taken root inside this place that was suffocating him, but he could no longer tell the difference. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. He tried again, but it was like his voice had been stolen, as if the very act of speaking was forbidden. His throat burned, a dry, parched feeling that felt like the inside of his body had been hollowed out. The hunger had stolen his voice too. He had nothing left. Nothing but the desperate, insatiable need. The need to feed, to consume. The scraping began again. At first it was so faint that Anton thought he had imagined it. But then it grew louder, closer. The sound scraped across his mind, tearing at him, making him dizzy. Anton could feel it vibrating in the pit of his stomach, reverberating through the walls, through his body, through his soul. It was the sound of something crawling, something hunting. His head snapped toward the far corner of the room where the noise seemed to be coming from. He could barely make out the shape of the thing, but he saw enough to know that it was no longer just a figment of his imagination, no longer just a memory. It was real. The creature that had once been Pavel, or at least something that had once resembled Pavel, was slithering across the floor. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a thing that had been torn apart and hastily reassembled, the body no longer aligned with the mind that controlled it. There were pieces of it, flesh, tendons, and muscle, still attached, but they were no longer in the right places. The skin was stretched so tightly across its bones that it seemed like it might tear at any moment. The eyes had been replaced with empty black voids, but they still saw. Pavel's body was nothing but a mass of broken pieces and writhing appendages. The thing that had once been a man was now little more than a grotesque alien creature, moving across the floor with a sickening, squelching noise, leaving a trail of blood and bile in its wake. And then the whispers came again, louder this time. You are like us now. You belong to the hunger. Anton tried to push himself backward, but his legs wouldn't respond. His body wouldn't obey. It was like he was being drawn toward it, toward the thing that had been Mikhail, toward the thing that had been Pavel. The hunger had already taken root inside of him, and it was pulling him closer. There is no escape, the voice whispered. But it wasn't just a voice. It was a sensation, a feeling that curled around Anton's chest, squeezing tighter and tighter, until he could barely breathe. He could feel the hunger consuming him. He could feel it filling him in a way that wasn't just physical. It was filling his very soul. Anton closed his eyes, trying to push the thought away, but it was futile. The hunger was now in him, and he was no longer his own. The walls began to pulsate more violently, the sound of the scraping growing louder, a horrific chorus of tortured souls that filled every corner of his mind. There was no way out. There was nothing left. The thing that had been Pavel crept closer. Its breathing was shallow, but its eyes were fixed on Anton now, and they were filled with something familiar. It was the same hunger, the same darkness that had overtaken him, and Anton understood now, in the depths of his torment, that there would be no survivors. None of them would escape. The thing that had been Pavel reaches out toward Anton, its talon-like fingers inches from his face, and in that moment, Anton feels the full weight of the hunger pulling him into oblivion. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay, the oppressive heaviness of it settling into Anton's lungs with every ragged breath he took. The darkness had deepened around him, pressing in from all sides, suffocating his thoughts and drowning his sense of self. Time had become irrelevant in this place, the endless void of the facility twisting and stretching it, until nothing mattered but the hunger, that unrelenting, insatiable force that had consumed everything in its wake. Anton's body trembled as he tried to make sense of what was happening. His hands were slick with sweat, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as they scraped against the cold concrete floor, trying to ground himself. But there was nothing to anchor him here. The walls had become a pulsing, undulating mass, throbbing with a sickening rhythm that seemed to echo the beat of his own heart. The whispers grew louder. They no longer seemed to be coming from the walls, or from the grotesque things that had once been his fellow prisoners. No, these whispers were inside his head now. They were part of him, woven into the very fabric of his mind, driving him to the edge of madness. "It's too late for you," they said, their voices hissing like 1,000 serpents slithering through his thoughts. "You can't escape. You will feed us, like the rest." The hunger gnawed at him, growing stronger with each passing second, as though it had been there all along, lying in wait. It wasn't just a physical need for sustenance anymore. It was a compulsion, a pull that seemed to come from the very heart of the facility itself, from the bowels of the place that had trapped him and his fellow prisoners in its grasp. Anton's mind reeled. The darkness in the room pressed tighter, and he struggled to understand what was happening to him. His body felt alien, unrecognizable, his limbs stiff and unyielding. He had been here for what felt like an eternity, but it could have been only days. He couldn't tell. Everything had become a blur of pain, hunger, and fear. He couldn't think clearly. But one thought pierced through the fog. One thought he couldn't shake. The experiment. That was it, wasn't it? The experiment that had brought them here, the horrific testing that had turned them all into these twisted versions of themselves. Anton's mind flitted back to the beginning, before the hunger, before the madness had taken over. He had been told it was a sleep experiment, a simple test of endurance, they had said. The Soviet government, desperate for military advantages, had sought a way to keep soldiers awake for long periods of time. They needed to understand the effects of sleep deprivation, the physical and psychological consequences. And so, they had selected a group of prisoners, men with no value, expendable, lives to be used as test subjects. They were promised nothing but the hope of survival, the faintest chance of release if they cooperated. It had sounded simple enough, but nothing about this place had been simple. Anton's eyes darted around the room, his pulse quickening as the horror of the truth began to settle in. The facility, this place that had once been a military compound, had become something else entirely. Something twisted, something that had long ago abandoned its human origins. This was no longer an experiment. No, it had become a breeding ground, a place where something darker, something ancient, had taken root. He could feel it now, the presence. It was the same force that had invaded his body, the same force that had taken Mikhail, that had transformed Pavel into the grotesque, crawling thing he had seen. It was the hunger, the thing that had always been here, waiting, feeding, and now it was in him. The walls seemed to pulse with a sickening rhythm, as if the entire facility was breathing in time with Anton's own labored breath. It was as though the building itself was alive, feeding on the fear and suffering of its prisoners. He could feel the hunger rising within him, its insidious tendrils reaching deep into his chest, twisting his heart, and pulling him further into the abyss. The darkness seemed to grow thicker around him, the shadows stretching and shifting, morphing into grotesque shapes that lurked just beyond the edge of his vision. Anton could feel their eyes on him, eyes that were not eyes, the presence of something that saw him in ways that no human could understand. They were watching him, feeding on his fear. He tried to move, to get up, to escape, but it was no use. His body wouldn't obey him. He was rooted to the spot, trapped in the suffocating grasp of the hunger. And then, something strange happened. A light flickered in the distance. It was dim at first, so faint that Anton thought he had imagined it. But then it grew stronger, brighter, casting a cold, harsh glow across the room. Anton's breath caught in his throat as he squinted toward the source of the light. It was coming from the far corner of the room, from behind the shifting mass of shadows. The light was a doorway. Anton's heart pounded in his chest as he forced his body to move, to crawl toward it, driven by a sudden burst of desperation. His limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as though they were made of lead, but he dragged himself forward anyway. Each movement was a struggle, each breath an act of defiance against the overwhelming hunger that threatened to consume him. The closer he got to the light, the more the darkness seemed to recoil. It was as if the light itself was a weapon, a sharp blade cutting through the shadows, forcing them to retreat. But the hunger remained. Anton's breath hitched in his throat as he reached the doorway. It wasn't a door in the traditional sense. It was a jagged, pulsating opening in the wall, like a wound that had been carved into the very fabric of the building. And beyond it, Anton could see a vision that made his blood run cold. The room on the other side was different. It was vast, stretching into an infinite darkness that seemed to swallow everything. The walls were lined with rows of strange metallic devices, their surfaces gleaming with a cold, surgical precision. And in the center of the room was a massive, grotesque machine, a thing that seemed to throb with life, its gears and pistons moving in a rhythmic, mechanical dance. But that wasn't the worst part. It was the people, the prisoners, those who had come before him, were still alive. But they were no longer human. They were part of the machine. Anton's blood ran cold as he saw their bodies, twisted and contorted in ways that defied nature. Some were suspended in the air, hooked into the machinery by wires and tubes, their flesh pale and bloated. Others were crumpled on the floor, their limbs disjointed, their faces frozen in silent screams. And in the center of it all, there was a figure that he knew all too well. It was Mikhail. But it wasn't Mikhail anymore. It was a thing that had once been human, but had been twisted beyond recognition. Its skin was stretched, tight, its bones cracking and shifting beneath the surface, as if they no longer belonged in the same body. The eyes, those black, soulless eyes, stared at Anton as it spasmed in place, tethered to the machine that had created it. And then, the voice came. "It is too late," it whispered. "You are already one of us. The hunger will consume you. There is no escape." Anton's world shattered. He understood now. The experiment was never about sleep deprivation. It was about transformation. They hadn't been prisoners. They had been vessels for something darker, something that had been waiting to break free. And now, Anton was its latest victim. The truth was clear now, but it didn't matter. There was nothing left but the hunger. And soon, he would become part of it. Anton's eyes widen in terror as he feels the pull of the hunger surge inside him, and the realization settles in. There is no escape from the machine. Anton's heartbeat hammered in his chest, each thud like a drum of impending doom, and he could hear it clearly now, as if the very rhythm of his life was no longer his own. His breath was shallow, panicked, his mind too clouded with fear to make sense of anything. The hunger inside him, that gnawing, insidious force, twisted through his thoughts like an iron chain, pulling him deeper into the abyss. It had become all-consuming, his body now an unwilling vessel to carry its endless need. His eyes locked onto the grotesque scene before him, the twisted amalgamation of the prisoners, their bodies contorted and mangled, forever fused with the grotesque machinery that surrounded them. There was no escaping the truth now. The light from the doorway flickered in time with the pulse of the room, casting a sickly hue on the nightmare that unfolded within. Mikhail's broken form hung suspended. In the center, his body tethered to the contraption, his eyes now wide black voids, staring out like soulless windows. But it wasn't the sight of Mikhail that haunted Anton. It was the realization of what he was now, what he had become. "You are part of the hunger," the voice had whispered to him. And as the words echoed in his ears, Anton knew it was true. His body had already begun to change. He was changing. The hunger within him was no longer a separate force. It was him. It had become a part of his very being. His flesh no longer felt like his own. He could feel the strange heat pulsing under his skin, the cracks forming beneath his flesh, as if something darker, something unnatural was growing inside him. The machine had been designed to break them, to twist their bodies and minds into something else. It had worked on Mikhail, on Pavel, on every man who had been brought here. And now it was working on Anton. He stumbled backward, his feet unsteady, his legs heavy as if they were made of stone. Every step he took felt like it could be his last. His mind swirled in a haze of confusion, a chaotic whirlpool that threatened to drown him. The hunger was a roar inside him now, deafening, a constant gnawing at the edges of his sanity. His thoughts were slipping away, disintegrating like paper in a flame. A cold laugh echoed through the room. It was a sound that Anton knew all too well. It was the voice of the thing that had once been Mikhail, the thing that was now tethered to the machine, writhing in its tortured state. The figure's lips were stretched into a grotesque semblance of a smile, but there was no humanity left in it. Only the insatiable hunger. You thought you could escape, Mikhail's voice rasped, a hollow, guttural tone that sent a shiver down Anton's spine. But there is no escape. We are all part of it now. Anton's chest tightened, his breath coming in sharp gasps, as the reality of the situation slammed into him with brutal force. He was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The experiment had never been about testing the limits of human endurance or depriving them of sleep. It had been a ritual of transformation. They had been brought here not to survive, but to become part of something older, something far more ancient than any government, any machine, or any man could understand. It was feeding on them. And now, it was feeding on Anton. The walls seemed to close in on him, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping themselves around his limbs like suffocating tendrils. His vision blurred, the edges of reality growing hazy as the hunger continued to surge within him. His body felt alien, as though he were no longer in control of it. His fingers twitched, but they weren't his own. They were claws now, sharp and twisted, bending in unnatural ways. His arms ached, and when he tried to move them, they felt heavy, as if the bones themselves had shifted, reformed into something new. No, Anton muttered to himself, barely able to form the words. No, I can't. I can't. But the hunger inside him was relentless. It was too strong, too overwhelming. It wasn't just a physical need, it was a compulsion. The hunger wanted him to consume, to tear into the very flesh of the world around him, to devour it all. It was an endless, eternal need that could never be satisfied. Please, he whispered, pleading, though he knew it was useless. He wasn't speaking to anyone in particular, perhaps to the void, to whatever force had brought him here. Please, I don't want this. But there was no mercy. The hunger was not merciful. With a final shuddering breath, Anton's mind fractured. His body lurched forward, as if controlled by something beyond his will. His hands, no longer his hands, reached for the nearest body, the body of the thing that had once been Pavel. The body was bloated, its skin stretched tight over its bones, grotesque and misshapen. Anton's fingers, now clawed and sharp, sunk into the soft flesh with a sickening squelch. The hunger inside him roared in triumph as his body obeyed its every command. It was no longer him. It was the hunger. It was all-consuming. As his teeth sank into the flesh, Anton's mind erupted in a torrent of agony and disgust. The taste was unbearable, sickly, like rot and decay. He could feel his very essence slipping away with every bite, his soul being consumed by the hunger. There was no fight left in him, no resistance. Only the gnawing, insatiable urge to consume, to feed. Through his blurred, half-conscious haze, Anton could hear the sound of others joining him. Others who had once been men, who had once been human. They, too, had succumbed. They were now nothing more than mindless creatures bound to the hunger in the same way he was. Together, they tore into the flesh of the broken bodies that littered the room, each one a reflection of the suffering they had endured, and each one now part of the cycle. Anton wanted to scream. He wanted to cry out in defiance, to resist, to hold on to the last shreds of his humanity. But there was nothing left of that. The hunger had taken it all. And in the end, he knew there would be nothing left of him either. No memory, no trace, just the hunger. The last flicker of Anton's consciousness is swallowed by the black void as he sinks deeper into the endless cycle of consumption, becoming nothing more than another lost soul feeding the insatiable machine of the hunger.